I don't even know.
Oh my God. Maybe your microphone was,
I don't know how.
maybe it was far.
I don't know how he muted. Wait, for like how long?
Wow.
How long did you guys stop hearing?
I don't know, probably like over 5 or 10 minutes.
I don't know what happened.
It
I didn't touch my phone.
was probably, network.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably network or something.
Okay, so where did I stop even? Where was the last
Even
thing
know.
you guys heard? Hello?
You said
What was the last thing?
I actually did not know where I stopped hearing you. I've forgotten. I lost track already.
Because man, me, I didn't even know. I just
Mm-hmm.
carried on. But yeah, yeah. If you so basically this war that I said, if you understand what happened to Africa as a war, things will become much clearer. It was declared by the Pope in 14. First, there were three declarations, three papal bulls. The first one was 1452, then there was 1454, then 1455, and in the first.
I don't know.
Starman, are you still speaking?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Okay, yes. I thought you've gone
But
again.
All right. No. It's,
come
I
on,
was
did
hearing
you guys like,
Emeka Igbo was speaking.
yeah, I said I stopped hearing you for like 12 minutes ago.
What, 25 minutes?
Telling you. Yes. And I was
Yes,
thinking it's not.
it was very long.
And I, yeah, I switched to
Stammer.
another.
Hey,
That was
Yeah.
why I said people were already leaving. People were already leaving. This I
Starman,
saw a number of
you
like
stopped at
35
the
people left.
guys. Starman you stopped at where you said you were crying after reading. That's where we stopped because I was even going in and out too. But can you guys hear me?
yeah.
Yeah, we can
I
hear
was
you.
going in and out. I thought I was the only one that was not hearing what the space. So I didn't know it was even general.
Are you serious? Well, when I said that I'll read history and I'll even stop and start crying.
Yes, that's where you stopped. That's why I stopped hearing you.
Wow, I've covered a lot even. Jesus. Okay. Oh man. So what? And they were then you guys were being moved in and out and up and down.
No, I wasn't. I didn't hear anything anymore. So I thought it was my own connections. I was going in and out, just trying to reestablish the audio. You know.
Okay. Well, should I rehash it again?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Okay. Sorry guys, I really don't know what happened. I mean, I really don't know what happened there. Because I was even walking about at some point. I haven't touched my phone. It's even plugged in charging. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, okay, so yeah, it was when I was describing Fulani rain village, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's foul. Hey God. Okay. No yawa. No yawa. Okay, so yeah.
1 second before you continue. And Telki, you there here? Because you know the reason hand up for like I don't know very very long time. And Telki, can you hear us? If you're here, you can like it's a sign. Let me know. Probably I'll bring you down, bring you back up.
I can hear both of you from this end.
Okay.
Who is speaking? Sorry, me and Starman.
Mimi speak. I can hear both of you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to check if and Telki, this guy raising up his hand. He's raising up his hand on your end too, right?
Yeah, I can see his hand raised. Even when it was
Okay. I don't know if he's out. I don't know if he's
It's
around
like
his
it's
device.
frozen.
That's all.
Maybe it's frozen.
Yeah. I'll take him down and bring him back up. So right. He will just accept. Starman, go on.
sorry about that, guys. Wow. This I'm not that was strange. because I didn't even touch my phone. I was even pacing about at one point, like just walking around, but in close proximity to the phone. But yeah, anyway. Okay, so yeah, when I said yes, yes, the first time I read about a Fulani slave raid on a village, I broke down and cried. And I remember one or two times in Clubhouse when I broke it down, and people were so horrified. Some people cried. So yeah, I was. Did finish describing the part where the crying baby and the mother?
You mentioned where they will smash the baby's head, and also when they are carrying the caravan or something, they will slice off somebody's head so that the other ones will get some energy to continue.
Right, right, right. Yeah, yeah. Okay, and then they'll march them off to Sokoto, Kano, Borno. From there, from Borno to Egypt, from Kano to Libya, from Sokoto to Kano, and to other West African markets as well, and sometimes all the way to Morocco. And if you look at what I've just described, it looks like a war. It looks like a warrior gang. They turn up and just start conquering, and the spoil of the war is their slaves. And this was even before the Europeans. Now the Europeans turn up. It's not like they invented it. They already knew what the Arabs were doing, and they themselves started doing the same thing. And the Europeans, what I was even just describing before, you guys called to my attention. Maybe I'll even start from there and then try and work back. So the Europeans, first things first, if you understand Europeans, you understand that Europeans do not do anything without calling a conference or issuing a decree to institute that thing into being. And then when they want to stop that thing as well, they will also call a conference or issue a decree to stop that thing.
Or signing papers or looking for a reason.
Yeah.
They call it, what's it called? There's a concept. I can't remember now.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. They have, whether it's a conference or a decree, there'll be either the Pope will put his seal of approval on it, or the king, or people will sign or something. Meaning that they all agree to start this thing or to stop it. Now, remember, I don't know if you guys heard when I said the Arabs actually declared war on us when some imam in Arabia back then, after they saw how much gold was coming from the Sudan, which is what they called the Sahel back then. So this imam declared, and then they saw the black populations of people there, and how from that backed treaty with the Nubians, they realized how hard, how strong black man was. So this crazy imam, around 900s, he issued a decree that if they seek God, gold, and glory, they go to the Sudan. That's he was telling his fellow Arabs. Did you guys hear when I was talking about Shua Arabs?
Not at all.
Wow. Okay.
No, no.
Okay. So those Shua Arabs you see in Nigeria today? Nigeria, Chad, Niger, and even parts of northern Cameroon. This imam made that declaration in Saudi Arabia that to the Arabs that if you seek God, gold, and glory, you go to the Sudan. Sorry. If you seek God, gold, and glory, you go to the Sudan. A lot of Arabs actually looking for gold and slaves. They came from Egypt. They crossed the trans-Saharan route to Borno. By then, the Trans-Sahara they managed to establish 3 routes across the Sahara Desert. So one of those those routes were first established when somebody figured out that they already knew horses couldn't do it, but someone figured out that the camel was tough enough to do it about 2,000 years ago. So the first trans-Saharan routes started being established then. And by the time of the trans-Saharan slave trade, 1,000 years later, there were three main routes. One from Borno to Egypt, sorry, one from Kano to Libya, and then one from around where Ghana is today, Ghana, Benin Republic, Togo, and even though that's connected to Sokoto, Sokoto is connected to that route and Libya. And then, but then that route goes all the way through Burkina Faso, Mali to Morocco. Those were the main slave markets in North Africa. And then from those slave markets in North Africa, from Egypt, the slaves go to the Arab world. From Libya, the slaves got taken to Europe. From Morocco, they got taken to parts of Europe as well. But then the Arabs not only also instituted the trans-Saharan slave trade, they also instituted trans-Indian slave trade. Remember, they not only conquered North Africa, they conquered the Swahili coast. And from the Swahili coast, they were now raiding slaves from, again, the forest region in Central Africa, selling those slaves from all the way to India and China, all the way Yemen, India, Iran, China. They were selling Central Africans. You know, so when you look at the geography, even you could see the people in the forest were surrounded by political Islam. And political Islam, what political Islam was doing to them was a war. You go, you raid a village, you raid several villages, you destabilize the region, there's a refugee crisis, there's prisoners of war that you turn into slaves. It was a war. Simple. There's no sugarcoating it even. You know, then the Europeans come. The Pope in 1452 issued a papal bull. When I talk about Europeans issuing things into being by their decrees, conferences, and seals and signatures, issued a papal bull telling Portugal back then, that was one of the superpowers of Europe. Back then, the superpowers of Europe after the collapse of Roman Empire, then the rise of Christendom, forming the First Reich. Because the Germanic people now took Christianity from Rome as Rome collapsed. Remember, Rome was first trying to conquer the Germanic people, but failed. The Germanic people now took Rome. The Germanic people are Northern Europeans. Rome is Southern European. Now took the Christianity because the Southern Christians, the Southern European Christians, when they Christianized, they were seeing anybody else that wasn't Christian as pagan and uncivilized. Eventually, the Germanic people now adopted the Christianity, now started conquering their neighbors based on the Christian. Oh, you're not civilized, you're pagan. And formed the Holy Roman Empire, which many people do not realize. You know, when you talk about Hitler being the First Reich, no, very few people ask, so who was the Second Reich? Who was the First Reich? This Holy Roman Empire was the First Reich. The Second Reich were the Germans that did colonization during the era of colonization. Reich. Hitler was now the third. And I've been predicting that there'll be a fourth is coming. But let's leave that.
Starman, I remembered, it's called Casus Belli.
Right.
That's what
right.
The reason for declaring a war.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, say be my guy. You be like the second knife. As you sharpen me I sharpen you. I remember our clubhouse days, man. But yeah, yeah. So, hey, what was I even saying again?
The Fourth Reich.
Yeah. So the Holy Roman Empire was the First Reich, and this we're talking after the collapse of Rome. Rome I mean, yeah, Rome lasted for about 1,000 years. Some people say 500 years, but in two parts, 500 years. So we're talking around. The first strike was around 700s, 800s, 900s, and then after that, Holy Roman Empire Christianized Europe largely. Even though they didn't Christianize Central Europe, which is where the Slavic people are, they saw those ones as pagans, and then because they needed slaves, they started targeting those ones as slaves. This is even before Atlantic slave trade started. Before they started targeting us, they first started targeting the Eastern European, the Slavic people, all those Ukraine, Russia, Belarus people as slaves. You see this beef they have with Russia today. It's 1,000 years old. It's not new. It didn't just start, Cold War or this one. Nah, it started. They've been beefing. Do you know how many times the Germanic people have invaded Russia or eastward towards Russia since the 1500s? 20 times. It's always them. It's always them. This beef with Russia today, no be today start, is 1,000 years old. It starts from when the enslaved started targeting those people specifically for slavery as pagans. Have you?
Yeah, it was called the Barbary slave
Oh, no,
trade.
no.
Yeah.
The Barbary slave
Yeah.
trade was the Arabs. When the Arabs were targeting
Oh, really?
not just the Central European Slavic people, but also the Europeans
Oh,
that were also targeting the Central Europeans. The Arabs, remember, the Arabs then were also a superpower. So they were raiding people from the coast of Spain, coast of Portugal, even coast of Britain, coast of Iceland. They were raiding slaves. And then at the time when they started the trans-Saharan slave trade, as well, raiding black people, their favorite slaves were actually white blonde slaves. So check this out. A white blonde slave woman could fetch up to 10,000 dinar. A black African slave man, the valueless slave in history, was as little as 30 dinar. Racism even extended the pricing. And the Arabs were the first people to start racialized chattel slavery, targeting people based on their race. Racialized, yeah, the Arabs. So, oh man. Oh. So yeah, hey, what was I even saying again? Oh man, when I segment like this, sometimes I break my own train of thought. Uh, oh, what was I even saying? Um,
You were saying chattel slavery something.
yeah, I think I was trying. Yeah, I was describing. Yeah, I was describing. Yeah, I've got it back. So yeah, um, so the Europeans were already enslaving the Slavic people. In fact, the word slave comes from the word Slav. So the Europeans already had chattel slavery experience. The Arabs were already enslaving us and the Europeans as well. And then 1,000 years ago, just as they started that transatlantic slave trade, they started a war with the Europeans, the Crusades. And the Crusades lasted for 400 years. Now, it is not 400 years of constant fighting every day. No. There was 4 major Crusades, but altogether about 11. And there were a lot of interludes in between. But the whole episode lasted 400 years. After that 400 years of crusades, by the 1400s, the Islam dominated the area. They pushed the Europeans out of the area largely. The Ottoman Empire was dominant. And they blocked the free access the Europeans used to have to India and China, their silk route that used to bring in porcelain, silk, spices, all those exotic goods from the Far East. So the Arabs blocked it off. as in not blocked it off from the Europeans completely, but now control the trade brutally and put heavy tax levies and taxes and all the goods going to Europe. Which is why those Europeans were now trying to find a way around Africa to India and China. They now started trying to sail around Africa to India and China, Portugal. Now, as they were trying to do this, they now discovered that because at this stage, nobody knew what was on the Atlantic of Africa. Even the Arabs didn't know, the Romans didn't know, the Portuguese, on trying to sail around Africa, they now saw that, wow, okay, this continent that when we look at it from Europe, we just see a vast piece of land. And then at some point, there's a vast ocean of sand, the Sahara Desert, that we can't even cross. So we don't know what's on that side. Wow. So this is where those very black people that we sometimes see come from. Because sometimes the North Africans, the earliest documentation of Africans being used as slaves was actually during the 1st century, 2,000 years ago. And the Romans documented what was happening. It was North Africans, the Tuareg, today. Back then, they were known as the Garamante. They were the first to start crossing Sahara. They were crossing Sahara, coming into the Sahel, and as far back as then, there were still pygmy populations. I don't call them. Well, I'll say pygmy because that's what everybody knows them as. But I call them Ndimbo. I call them Ndimbo, the first people. You have populations, and you still see remnants of them in Cameroon today. Now, these Garamantes used to cross the Sahara, raid these pygmies, and then take them back to North Africa and sell them into Rome. And then the Romans use them in their circus as little people, and sometimes they used to enslave more able, let me not say more able-bodied, but more I'll describe them as Bantoid Africans. They also used to raid them, but not in as much quantity as is documented by the Romans of them raiding pygmies. There's also documentation of the Romans of this same Garamantes raiding another group more towards Sudan that they called is it something starting with T. Not troglodytes. Troglodytes is some ancient creature, but something sounds similar, but it's not. No, sorry guys. I'm sorry. But I'm sure if you do the research on ancient slavery in sub-Saharan Africa, they were the Romans said they were from like where Ethiopia was, but we also know that the Romans and the Greeks, for them, Ethiopia was a huge region, not particularly the Ethiopia of today. But yeah, so so when Spain and Portugal were the superpowers in Europe after the Holy Roman Empire, the Pope and after the Crusades, Europe had spent all the kingdoms in Europe. They'd wasted all their treasury fighting crusade. To make matters worse, the Muslims now started denying them access to trade from India and China. They now got desperate. And as they were trying to sail around Africa, they now saw what was on the other side of the Sahara Desert, which was the Atlantic front and the black people. Portugal, who were the first people doing those expeditions, managed to buy some slaves from one of the first kingdoms that sprouted in the area. Now, before the Arabs came 1,000 years ago, or okay, more precisely, 1,100 to 200 years ago, 100 to 1,100, 200 years ago, there was no kingdoms in sub-Saharan Africa. No kingdom. There's none. Oyo didn't exist. Benin didn't exist. Dahomey didn't exist. Congo didn't exist. Ghana, Ashanti, all of them, none of them
Sorry,
existed. Sorry?
that man, say that again. I didn't get. Say it again. You said before what?
Before the Arabs came and started the trans-Saharan slave trade, eh, there was no
That's around the seventh century, right?
no. They came into Africa 1,300 years ago, which was the 7th century. Yeah, but then they crossed the
Seventh
Sahara
century. Yeah.
and then started the trans-Saharan slave trade in the late 900s. But before this late 900s, there was no kingdoms in, you see that forest region of Africa, that forest region. In the Sahel, even, the closest thing to a kingdom was Ouagadougou. It eventually became a centralized polity before it became Islamized and then became Mali. When they Islamized it, that's when it became Mali. But Ouagadougou was originally not a Muslim civilization. It was an indigenous African civilization. They became centralized after the Muslims conquered North Africa. And then from Morocco, they started doing trade with Ouagadougou. And you know how trade was back then. You have some of your traders living in the foreign land. And from the archaeology, you could tell Ouagadougou, from the archaeology and the history even, Ouagadougou had problems with the Muslims. The Muslims were always stirring up shit. From the archaeology, you could see where the people of Ouagadougou built specialized Muslim quarters for them, almost as if they were trying to keep them boxed in. But eventually, they still managed to divide the society, Islamized enough people, divided the society, and then Islamized the whole society. And then they now start slave raiding the rest of us. And then to counter, you now start seeing kingdoms springing up. The original Mande aristocracy of Ouagadougou, many of them who didn't want to be Islamized, ran away into the forest and started creating their own kingdoms. They created about 10 different kingdoms in the forest. Mande people who are not original forest people, they're in the forest today with their from the legacy of the kingdoms they created. And then all that was in response to them because they had already had a bit of experience of centralized polity with Ouagadougou. And they probably felt that the best response to the centralized polity of Islam and Mali was an alternative centralized polity as well. And then, because the economies of those regions had been completely destabilized all the slave raiding, the only way to get guns to even defend yourself was to engage in trading with the new currency of the day, which was the enslaved person. Which was why a lot of those places that started forming their own kingdoms got into the slave trade as well to try and get weapons to defend themselves. The Portuguese didn't help. They'll go give these ones guns, tell them, right, okay, raid slaves. We'll give you more, or we'll give you this, we'll give you that. And then at some point, it wasn't even about defending yourself anymore. It was just about just getting more and more and more, whether for in queso or for whatever. And all this is going on, the whole place is just getting more and more destabilized. Now, remember I said, okay, yeah, you guys said you missed all that. So now, for the Portuguese, when they first started coming to Africa, at some point, they took back a batch of slaves they bought from one of the kingdoms around where Ghana now was. And when they got back to Portugal, they made a killing from selling those slaves. That captain and his crew, they made a killing. They decided to go back for more. Then they discovered this island, Sao Tome Principe, just off the coast of Bight of Biafra. They now decided to start a slave plantation there, planting sugarcane. Because then sugar was very expensive. Sugar was so expensive. It was more than what its weight in gold, even. It was worth more than its weight in gold. So they decided to start planting sugarcane, enslaving Africans, ferry them there, and then get them growing sugarcane. And the model worked brilliantly. Portugal made bank, serious bank. To the point where even when the slaves eventually revolted and destroyed the whole place, they didn't even really care again at that point. They had enough money to go off to Brazil to set up an even bigger plantation, which was exactly what they did, Portugal. And then the Pope, at this point, so Portugal took the first slaves 1439. Yes, I think, was it 1439, I think. And then the Pope issued the first declaration of war when the Pope realized how much money Europe could make. Remember, the Arab world had cut them off from the Far East. They declined, spent all their money fighting crusade. When they now saw how much money they could make, remember, this is still the same 1400s. The crusade started 1000s to mid 1400s. And then this papal bull was in the middle 1400s, 1452, the first one, where he told Portugal that Portugal should conquer Africa. Please, somebody should tell me if this no, if somehow this doesn't sound like a declaration of war. That Portugal should conquer Africa. Hmm? And conquer and enslave the Saracens, who were that was their name for the Muslims. Conquer and enslave the pagans. That was their name for us, the tropical Africans, who were not Christians at that point. They hadn't given forced Christianity on us yet. We're the pagans. I remember what I told you they did to the Slavic people who they saw as pagans. They turned them to chattel slavery, even used their name as a people do slave, the word slave, just because they saw them as pagans. These so-called Western Europeans. So the Pope even told one of his archbishops that he should come up with a narrative to describe the Africans to make them more palatable for slave raiding or for slavery or enslavement by their own people. And they too started doing what the Arabs had already done by describing us as subhuman. The Pope told told Portugal, conquer the Saracens, conquer the pagans, covet their lands, convert them to Christianity, and should they refuse or resist, enslave them. I beg, is this not a declaration of war, or does this sound like let's do kumbaya? Or is it because our ancestors didn't get the Pope's memo? Because when I was on Clubhouse, a lot of clowns used to argue with me. Oh, it was not a war. It was not a war. How can the church declare war? Was it not church that the Catholic Church that declared crusade, or the crusade with the Muslims that the Muslims called jihad? Was that not a war? How can the church declare war? As if back then Europe was not under a theocracy. The church controlled Europe back then. When anything where Pope talk, now waiting they go down. Until they start having their Pope start having a squabble with the kings of the First Reich, the Holy Roman Empire. And then they kind of start splitting. Back then, in fact, at some point, the church, one of the popes woke up one day and said, the whole world belongs to the church because God created the world and God created the church to be his steward of the world. So therefore, the whole world belongs to the church, and also, therefore, everybody in the whole world should belong to the church. Imagine that kind of madness. This is what some pope woke up one day and just declared. Anyway, so the Pope declared a war on us. In fact, there were 3 declarations where Africa was mentioned, and Portugal was given exclusive rights to conquer Africa. 1452, 1454, 1455. And then, remember, I don't know if you guys heard when I said Spain and Portugal were the superpowers in Europe at the day. of the day. They were the most powerful countries. They were the ones that could project power with their navy even. So at some point, it can't be like say they want to begin squabble over territory as they were discovering the new so-called New World after Columbus. Portugal went, they discovered Brazil. Well, not discovered, well, found, or whatever. Spain had already discovered some of the Caribbean islands, the North American continent. It can't be like say they want to begin fight. Then can't carry the matter go meet Pope. They won't have gone to meet the Pope if the Pope wasn't controlling Europe at the time. Pope now decreed another one of his papal bulls, where he shared the world into two between Spain and Portugal in 1472, the Treaty of Tordesillas, that everything west, after Brazil, going west, belongs to Spain. Everything from Brazil going east belongs to Portugal. Then, as they were now colonizing, now got to Philippines, they now realized, oh, we need another line also dividing. So they now called another papal bull, Treaty of Zaragoza, now dividing the world. On the other side again, everything west from Brazil to Philippines is Spain. Everything Brazil east to before Philippines is Portugal. Now so then take carve the world then. Oh. And then they now came to Africa. So Portugal now had exclusive rights to slave trade in Africa. And I just described earlier what Portugal was doing. They first got some slaves, tried out the slave model in Sao Tome, it worked. They took it to Brazil, but they still needed slaves to service the plantations in Brazil. So they'll still sail to Africa, go and meet all those kingdoms, Benin, Dahomey, give those ones. Now, it's not every time the Benin kingdom raided slaves for Portugal, but you had some crazy others that did because of power and their own aggrandizement and ego and whatever they were fighting for, and whatever wars they were engaged in. And a lot of those wars, one day I'm going to talk about, hey God, one day I'm going to talk about the rise of the history of the history of monarchy in West Africa. Remember, I just talked about how 1,000 years ago there was no monarchies in tropical Africa. One day we're going to look at that particular history. How did they all just spring up, including the ones in southern Nigeria? How? A Republican people don't just wake up one day and submit all their power to one man, calling him king. Not without a fight. And even with a fight, mba. No. It takes generations. And then what happens to make one of them wake up one day to declare himself king? Is that how it works? Because this will be going against every single societal norm that has been carrying on for generations, probably to the point of epigenetics even. Anyway, but that's another story. So I've described how the Arabs declared war on us, the Europeans declared war on us, and like I was talking earlier about how they decree things. They decree at the beginning, at the end. These papal bulls, after slave trade, they had another conference. But it wasn't a conference to nullify the papal bulls. Why? Because the war is still on. It was a different conference. It was a conference to share the spoils of war, the Berlin Conference. Ask yourself why, when they said they were giving us independence, they didn't call a second Berlin Conference to annul it. Why? Because this Berlin Conference is still in effect. That's why when Ambazonia wants to break away, France will resist. When Biafra wants to break away, anybody wants to break away, the colonial monster will resist. Because the Berlin Conference is still in effect. Do you know that the Native Americans, who also, in fact, they suffered the most from the papal bulls, they've been pushing the church, the Catholic Church and the Pope, of the ones of today, that they should rescind the papal bulls. The Catholic Church till now refuses, meaning that those papal bulls are still in effect. The Christian, the Catholic Church, you go every Sunday, is waging war on you. Why are they resisting calling back or rescinding those papal bulls? Why are they resisting? Why? The closest they've done is say, oh, sorry. And it was when I think when one pope went to Argentina or something like that. They didn't even do it like to the whole world, all the places they fucked over. The war is still in effect. And I talked earlier about what happens at the end of a war. When you kill off all the warriors, the most stubborn, recalcitrant ones, you round up the more traumatized and not as aggressive ones. The women, the children, the old men, the artists, the singers. Those ones are not warriors. You round them up. They become prisoners of war. What's the difference between a prisoner of war and a slave? Because as a prisoner of war, you still could do slave work. As a slave, you're a prisoner. What's the difference? Now, colonization, which started with the Berlin Conference, which to the eyes of the Europeans, try and imagine what the Europeans were seeing. They spent 250 years after the Pope's decrees making war on this continent, these poor people that didn't even know they were in a war. And after 350 years, we'd finally conquered them enough that we can now carve them up. And in fact, let me even say this just to even make it clearer. So, what led to colonization? So, during slavery, 1804, the Haitians, led by Toussaint, an Igbo man, revolted. And it was the most expensive slave revolt in human history, because it led to, for the first time, white people losing an entire and gigantic piece of land. They lost control of it. And not just that they lost that land, the fact that it was, can you imagine in Napoleon's eyes, because Napoleon, this was during Napoleon's time, in his eyes, what a fucking nigger, what? The first person to defeat my army, not even a European, a fucking nigger. They went mad. France, Napoleon, you see what, the same thing that happened during the Biafra War, that in the height of the Cold War, Britain and America suspended their beef with Russia, just to keep a gang of, in their eyes, upstart niggers down. They forgot their beef. And they were doing Cold War, threatening to blow up the whole world with nuclear weapons. But because of a small gang of upstart niggers wanted to break free, they suspended the beef to hold on. Same thing happened during Haiti. Napoleon, America that was telling all of them Monroe Doctrine. You guys stop, don't come to our realm again. Napoleon, all of them, all the European powers, ganged up to blockade and sanction Haiti. Just so that Haiti didn't give other black people around the world ideas of what freedom and your own free state looks like. They ganged up just to stop that. But then, the cat was already out the bag. Black people all over the world saw, wow. Everybody heard about Haiti, and slave revolts started everywhere. Brazil, some of them will run into the jungle, never to be caught again. They'll set up their own community there. America, slave revolt everywhere. Yes, they were being crushed, killed, made example of, as in brutal killing, brutal example, but they were still happening. The whole thing now became expensive. And then as America was bugaing Monroe Doctrine, Europeans, stop coming to disturb us in our realm. For Britain, the whole trade thing became expensive. But then, at this time, 4 things happened that triggered colonialism, that triggered the idea of colonialism in Britain. A similar thing happened to Spain. Now, when Spain conquered the Americas, they went there looking for gold and silver. After they literally finished all the gold and silver, it was then they now turned around, right? Okay, what else can we take? That's when they now start seeing things like tomatoes, bananas, beans, all those other crops that eventually they now took and even spread some of them around the world. Same thing happened with Britain. When Britain saw that slavery was becoming expensive, unfortunately for us and luckily for them, at the time, 4 things happened. One, their early explorers that had been coming to Africa to try and explore started making better, more detailed maps of Africa. 2, they'd come up with the steam engine and steam ships, meaning that they could now sail up Africa's river. And being able to sail up Africa's rivers meant they could even explore quicker and put more detail to their maps. And they couldn't do this before because the sailing ships could not sail up rivers. There was just not enough wind power to push them up a river. And remember, rivers tend to empty out into oceans. So you're going to need to either paddle or some real strong wind blowing against the river to push you up that river. But with steamships, for the first time, they could now explore the interior of Africa properly. Not just the odd random explorer here and there on some caravan. Now, as they were exploring, they very quickly, they also got access to quinine, the active ingredient in preventing malaria. Before they got access to quinine, malaria used to make mincemeat of white people in Africa. In fact, if you were lucky, your lifespan in Africa as a white man was 2 years. After 2 years, malaria will get you. That's not to say that if you come to Africa as a white man, you spend 2 years before malaria. No. You could come off the boat today. Mosquito bites you tomorrow. By next week, you don't catch malaria. A week after that, you are dead. It could be as short as 2 weeks. But they considered white men that spent longer than 2 years in Africa and having not been killed off by malaria yet as extremely lucky until they discovered quinine. And then the 4th one, by this stage, they'd also discovered the Maxim gun, that deadly machine gun. That if not for that Maxim gun, they would never have won a Kumeku War. Never. They would never have won the Zulus if not for that Maxim gun. Never. These 4 things allowed Britain to colonize Africa. Now, Britain was the first of them to realize that slavery, because of Haiti and all the revolts going on, was now unprofitable. And then quickly leveraged on maps, started exploring, started discovering shea butter, palm. Wow, palm. Do you know palm oil? The first oil war in history was over palm oil. Palm oil, they started using the original engine oil for their steamships. They used to get from whale fat, but it was expensive and risky. And then when they discovered palm oil, they realized they could make better engine oil from palm oil, leading to all that whole Jaja of Opobo trying to control his prices. They fought him, exiled him, and then which was the first oil war in history, even before crude oil. Biafra War wasn't the first oil war in our region. No. Palm oil was even the first. So they started exploring. Britain realized, okay, this model of slavery, we have to change it. See, when they tell you Britain ended slavery, is a lie. Britain didn't end slavery. Britain just ended slave trade. Again, English. Britain just ended slave trade, not slavery. I hear a lot of Africans, they will say, oh, Britain ended slave trade. No. If Britain really ended slave trade, Britain really ended slavery, Britain would have had to go to Brazil, fought the Brazilians and freed the slaves. Gone to America, fought the Americans and freed the slaves. Her own Caribbean colony freed the slaves. All the other, anywhere else, fought the Arabs and freed their slaves. But Britain didn't. Britain just stopped slave trading ships from carrying the slaves to the slave markets. Stop the slave trade. Why? Because Britain now wanted the people. Remember, the slaves were being taken from Africa. But Britain was now discovering all these new resources in the same Africa. And then if you are taking, of course, Britain is not going to go dig the resources themselves. And if you are taking the manpower away from there, then the British will have to dig it themselves. So they needed the whole place now stabilized. Which was why after they stopped the maritime slave trading of their European neighbors and allies or neighbors, and were now on ground in the African continent, they also eventually had to, like in Nigeria, they went after some of those emirs, like the emir of Kotangora, that was an obsessive slaver. You know, I think they even had to kill him in the end. Yeah. They had to go, because slave raiding destabilizes regions. You know, you go just do your house. And at some stage even, you know, the people became aware that, okay, at this time of the year, the slave raiders come. Remember I was talking earlier about how the thing was even seasonal, slave raiding season. And then they'll start running. Some people run into the mountains. Some people run, you know. So Britain needed the whole region now stabilized as opposed to the destabilization caused by all the Arab slave raiding, their own sponsored slave raiding, them giving all these African kingdoms guns, weapons to go and raid the villages and neighbors. You know, they wanted to now stop all that. And yeah, because Britain figured out that just like the Spanish, other resources, palm oil, shea butter. And at the same time, Britain had their so-called industrial revolution, and they knew they needed those resources. And that was why slavery morphed into colonialism, because slavery didn't end. And colonialism is still slavery. The only difference being under the slavery model, you came to my land, you kidnapped me, you put me on a ship, you sailed me to an alien land that I didn't know my bearing, and then you worked me to death. But with colonization now, you come to my land, you point a gun at me, and then you start ordering me around. If I resist, you shoot me and traumatize my brothers and sisters, and then you start ordering them around. Yes, see, the definition of slavery has nothing to do with chain, you know. The definition of slavery is about your agency. If somebody is forcing you to do something against your own agency, and you cannot resist without the threat of violence, that is slavery. Just like Nigeria is doing Biafra today. We don't want to be in Nigeria. And anytime we want to say, oh, there are war, there'll be war. That is slavery. It has the definition of slavery. Go and read it. There'll be nothing to do with chains there. So when I say colonization was just a modern form of slavery, that was just slavery evolving. Just like feudalism evolved into capitalism. I don't know why people keep thinking those feudalism and capitalism are different things, because one, they used to have king. Oh, but today you have CEO. What's the difference between king and CEO? Which of them is democratic? Which of them did you vote into power? So yeah, colonialism, slavery, there's no difference. Because under both of them, none of you are under your agency. And then the person that's hijacked your agency is ordering you around with threat of violence, either the whip or a gun. You know? And like I said, slavery is what happens to prisoners of war. I've just described the war part of it, the Pope and his declarations. And then, yeah, I'm leading up to Berlin Conference now. Yeah. So Britain, with the Maxim gun, the steamships, Britain was the gun capital of the world. As at then, they were manufacturing more guns. Birmingham, more guns than anywhere else. The Maxim gun, the steamships, quinine, better maps. Britain piled into Africa. So there's all these raw materials: shea butter, palm oil, coal, all this new. Britain was getting rich, which was why all the other European powers that Britain was actually fighting to stop the slave trade, when they saw what was going on, they too stopped. They too piled into Africa. And as they piled in, this is why today you have the Hausa civilization. France came from the north, entered Hausa land. Britain came from the south, entered the same Hausa land. They didn't actually fight over Hausa land, but they were going to. And then in some other parts of Africa, they were actually fighting. Look at Yoruba land. Some of them in Benin Republic, French. The ones in Nigeria, English. All over Africa, all over. Basically, it would be a case of the British will be in this region. The French will be like, what are they doing there? They'll send their own guys. They'll now say, okay, they're working with this group called the, I don't know, Mboko. Let me just come up with a name, Mboko. They'll now send their own emissaries to the Mboko. Next thing you know, the Mboko are now divided in two. Some are supporting France, some are supporting Britain. And then next thing you know, they are fighting because of France and Britain. And then at this time, Germany, that had missed on slave trade because they were fighting themselves, trying to unify themselves until some guy called Otto von Bismarck turned up and unified them. And then after they were unified, they saw what was going on, realized, oh shit, we missed out on all the money of slave trade. And now the same guys, actors of the slave trade, are now doing the new model, colonization. And they're carving up Africa. Right. No. We need to get in. That's why Germany called the Berlin Conference. They wanted to set the terms for carving up Africa. And how they sold it to the Europeans was by telling them, look, guys, okay, we need to share, quote unquote, the spoils of war. We need to share it so that we don't start fighting each other. And this, again, was Europeans coming together to decree something that they haven't come together a second time to end the decreeing of this thing. When they gave us independence, they didn't call a second Berlin Conference. And with that Berlin Conference, what they effectively did was, okay, yeah, the war is over now. Britain, that's your share. France, that's your share. Germany, well, thanks for calling the conference. Take that. And with the countries they created, what they effectively did was they created prisoner of war camps. See, one of the greatest tricks ever played on the black man was using black lines on a piece of paper that they call a map to keep them in check and separated. Black lines on a piece of paper drawn in Berlin. Not even by the black man himself, by other men. In a conference room where there was no black man. Not even in Berlin. There were no black people in Berlin then, other than maybe a handful of enslaved people that made it there. You know. And back then, yes, they say the Ethiopian emperor was in the conference, but back then the Ethiopians didn't see themselves as white. And he was just there as an observer. He didn't sign anything. They just invited him as an observer. Same thing with the Russians. The Russians and the Americans were there as observers. Now, the reason why the Russians Now, I told you guys the reason why the Germans didn't take part in slavery, because they were too busy. They were busy fighting. They were having a civil war. The Russians, they were too far away that logistics was never going to enable them to do that. But the reason why the Americans and the Russians did not engage in colonization of the African continent is because two of them were busy with their own internal colonization. The Americans were at that time still conquering westward, going towards California, killing off all those Native Americans. The Russians were busy conquering eastwards, going towards Alaska. Remember, Russia owned Alaska at some point before the Americans bought it from them. So they were busy with those internal colonization projects. That's why they were not involved in Africa. But I don't even think the Russians had the logistics to have been. There was one of them that tried it as a private enterprise back then, but he failed. He failed miserably. So if you understand all this in the context of trying to break it down as a war, a 500-year-old war, then you should understand that, at the end of a war, the treatment we've got as so-called Nigerians in countries created by us, by the people that prosecuted this war on us, we're just glorified prisoners of war. And with all this comes trauma, which is what is afflicting most Africans, not just Nigerians, today. Trauma. We're traumatized people. 500 years of trauma at some point becomes epigenetic. Okay, an example of what epigenetic trauma is. As an African American walking down the street, when they see police, they don't even know when they just kuja, when they just like their heart to skip a beat, even if they're not doing anything wrong. Because for 500 years, they and their ancestors have been living in fear of white people as slaves, being lynched, being whatever. Meanwhile, white people will still be gaslighting them. Oh, we're scared of black people. They're violent. But no. What black people actually have a subconscious fear of white people, black Americans. Because, epigenetic trauma, it doesn't change your genes, but it changes the way your genes expresses itself. So in a way, it has an effect. And if you're under such, not just epigenetic trauma, even psychopathy, if you're exposed to psychopathy long enough, it will affect the way your genes express themselves. It will become epigenetic. And that's why I tell white people all the time, you guys are suffering from epigenetic psychopathy. From your history of 6,000 years of monarchism, you guys are suffering from epigenetic psychopathy. And then with your epigenetic psychopathy, you've gone round for 500 years and traumatized the whole planet, causing the rest of us to now be suffering epigenetic trauma, that this whole planet needs counseling. This whole planet, yes, black people for trauma, white people for psychopathy. This whole planet needs counseling, every single person. The madness went on too long. It carried on too long. So now, they've traumatized us with their war. And we are now prisoners of war. Now, when you prosecute a war, you kill off all the strong men. Short of a genocide, you've now got prisoners of war. You decide to put them to work. Now, you're still going to have one of those prisoners that you're going to be mediating with, the one that you use to pacify the rest, the one that you use to tell the rest, if any of them tries to run away, all of them will get punished. You're not going to choose the most stubborn prisoners. You're not going to choose me. I'm too hard-headed. You're not going to choose Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa. Nah, come on. You're going to go more for someone like Peter Obi. Yep. Perfect. You're going to choose a Peter Obi. In fact, okay, you've killed off all the warriors, all the stubborn hard heads like me and Simon and Mazi Kanu. You've killed us all off. Eh? But even then, anybody that exhibits any intellectual rigor, like they could even start some resistance politically, you're going to even kill them off too. You're not going to make them the intermediary. You're going to look for a total weakening that you can bend and twist anyhow and make them your intermediary between him and you and his people as your prisoners of war in that prisoner of war camp. I'm saying this for you to understand the dynamics between us and our leaders and the people that put us in this situation. So this is about the house Negro, field Negro dynamics. Yeah? So now imagine in that slave camp, me and Peter Obi are there. And I'm as stubborn as ever. Who do you think the slave monster, when he, slave monsters, they're very lazy. They're so lazy, they don't even work their own farm. They have to go and get a slave to do it for them. And of course, they're also going to get so lazy, they can't wash their own clothes or cook their own food. Eventually, they're going to have to bring one slave from the field into the house. Between me and Peter, or in fact, between Peter Obi and Simon Ekpa, who do you think the slave monster is going to choose to move into the house? Of course, Peter Obi. Of course. Because Peter Obi is not a threat. Now, again, like I said, you guys, everything I'm describing now, be marrying it with our so-called political leaders or elite. And understand that you are the field Negro, they're the house Negroes for white supremacy that created the slave plantation in Nigeria in the first place. And this is why I call Nigeria a prison. And I've run spaces. I call them prison break, like prison break Nigeria. If you go on my timeline, you'll even hear them and you can listen. So now the field Negro, just by moving him to the house, he has been incentivized. He now sleeps on a bed, as opposed to me, who probably sleeps on the floor, so Peter B in that house now sleeps on the bed. Simon in the field sleeps on the floor. Peter B in that house, in that his bed is probably in a room, probably the slave room. Maybe he shares it three or four other slaves. On that floor, in the farm where I am, I'm probably there with 200 other slaves. That room in the house, because it's in the house, there'll be warmth there. On that floor in the barnyard that we are probably sharing with the goats, slave master ain't gonna put no heat in there. On top of that, at some stage, from washing slave master's clothes, Peter Obi will start cooking his food, meaning that he even gets to eat better than slave master. Even if it's not better, but you eat first. He's the one cooking the food, you'll be tasting it. And anything slave master eats, he'll eat. But me, in that field, or me and Simon in the field, our own is porridge every day. Porridge every day. If we're lucky, maybe twice, if not once. Just enough that we don't just die. Now, when I see Nigerians protesting, and this is why I describe every Nigerian protest as the field Negroes going to go and tell the house Negroes, oh, want to escape from this slave camp prison. Come, let's go. Or literally going to your prison camp and asking the prison warder for better prison conditions. When Peter Obi is in that house all comfortable, even though he's still a slave, his conditions are not as bad as mine or me and Simon that are in the field. And then one day, because I'm Peter Obi's cousin, even though we're under slavery, I'm his cousin, me and Simon plan to escape. And then I tell Simon, we have to go with my cousin. And I'll go to the house and go and tell Peter, guy, we don't plan escape. Oh. Do you know that's the worst thing ever that you just did to yourself? Because Peter, with all the incentives of good living and probably even extra incentives of, oh, if you hear an escape plan from your stubborn cousin, come and tell me. I will in 5 years. I will allow you to be able to own your own caravan wheel that you can wheel to the market and start trading your own goods so that you can start saving your own money. These are the kind of incentives slave masters gave slaves back then. Just so that they could be ratting and all that nonsense. If I now go and meet Peter, guy, let's escape. Oh, how far? This thing is now kicking. Wait, hold on. But if I escape, I'm sacrificing a bed, a warm bed, in a warm house, and 3 meals a day. To go into what? Now, this warm bed, in a warm room, in a warm house, and 3 meals a day. This is your equivalent of your Nigerian politicians and their offshore accounts, their offshore assets, all those ones with house in Dubai, house in America, UK. These are the incentives the capitalists allow them to have. That they always used to threaten them as well. Anytime they want to start getting stubborn. Oh, if you don't sign that document, we'll freeze your offshore account or seize your assets in the UK. Those are our so-called elite who just sign, just like that. You see this mental process. It's the same mental process between our elite and the house Negro. Hi, the things I'm going to lose. Hey, they'll freeze my account. And if they freeze that account, I'm now stuck in Nigeria with this riffraff and they'll use me and do tanta. No. Oh boy, just sign this thing, Joe. Just like as me and Simon are telling Peter, guy, let's ja. He's my cousin, oh, he knows. If he wasn't my cousin, why would I even go and meet him? When I could just ja, knowing that he is comfortable in the field. But then he's checking his incentives. Hey, I'll lose this bed. I'll lose this room, the warmth, the food. And then he's even checking worse. He's now checking, wait, but what am I even going to? Remember, most of the slavery was done in the South. Wait, hold on. So I'm leaving all this comfort to run into the Florida swamp with slave catchers after me, bounty on my head. And the slave catchers, they used to have dogs. And once they set the dogs on you, those dogs will just maul you. Just maul you. If you are lucky, if you're unlucky, you even die. They will just maul you with bounty on your head. So these slave catchers are even competing. Imagine $100 bounty on your head back then. They're even competing to catch you. Shooting you is not even, as long as they bring, I think, in some cases, they could even bring your head. This is what Peter will be checking. Wait. So first of all, apart from all the things I'm giving up, I'm now going to run into the Florida swamp with slave catchers and their dogs chasing me, bounty on my head, dodging alligator in the swamp with mosquito, and all sorts of other wildlife I don't even know. And then on top of that, I don't even know what to eat. It's not even my land. It's not my continent. In the swamp, I don't know what to eat. Oh boy, Peter ain't escaping. This is why all those stupid Nigerians waiting for their politicians to bring them development. Clowns. Peter ain't escaping nowhere. And then, depending, maybe our cousin not even too close like that. Oh boy, the guy go rat me, oh. So that in 5 years, slave master will give you monster will give him that cat, that market cat. So he can go and be trading, one or two things in the market, tending towards buying his freedom. Yes, it's the same mentality. House Negro and our elite is the same. We're in the same prison with them. They just Oyibo built the prison, now made them prison warden. And this is why you see Nigerians scrambling for those positions, because they understand the benefits, the perks that come with those positions. You have an easier life than when you're on the field, when you're in the house, when you're the warden of the prison. Your life will be easier than actually being in the prison cell. And how they manage to control our mind, apart from the lines on a piece of paper called maps, which is the greatest trick ever played on a black man. You have to clap for that one too. Jesus Christ. And draw line, finish. Everybody believes in a real line. Anyway, and another one of the greatest tools of colonization of the black mind. I used to think it was Christianity and religion. Nah. It is that is one of the tools, yes, and it's one of the powerful tools as well. But the more powerful tool is the curriculum, but not the whole of the curriculum, not the whole of it. No, not the STEM core sciences. If anything, they even made sure they didn't give us the STEM core sciences. They made sure they didn't give us that one. They just gave us enough of that one to be good factory workers. The main problem is the social sciences, the business, finance, economics, sociology. You see all those stupid subjects. That's why you have people today telling you Igbo economy, Igbo economy. That's why you have clowns today telling you, oh, we need foreign direct investment, even though they have all the resources. Oh, the people they are going to ask for foreign direct investment are coming to take their resources, but they are still looking for foreign direct investment from those people because you read some stupid economics that told you capitalism is the best thing since sliced bread plus foreign direct investment. You need to open your markets so that the foreigners can come and run monopoly on your market. No, don't nationalize. No. But then they will be protected. These same people telling you all this nonsense will be subsidizing their own. Oh. See, Western education, especially those social science, and I exempt the core sciences, physics, chemistry, biology. The only thing I'll say about that is that they didn't even give us the full picture of that one. They just had us memorizing hydrocarbon bonds and all sorts of other surface stuff just to pass exam to go and work in a factory, putting nuts and bolts together. But then they now pushed all this sociology, economics, politics, social sciences, all that nonsense on us. That somebody will come today, you see an African telling me that Africa needs more capitalism, and I'm asking, wait, the one that we've done, the capitalism we've done, who he help? Show me who and where he help. The one we've done so far, but you are telling me we need more, aka foreign direct investment. And Teleki, you were asking something earlier, I said I want, it's just that the 25 minutes that you guys weren't hearing me. Oh man, so I had to start again and trying to recreate what you've already done. you could never actually, so and then I try to keep in sequence, but you know, I kind of feel like I, segued into a lot of things as well, but they all add to the picture. But there was a question you asked, and I still remember that question in my head. You said we need to activate a power or something like that to free ourselves. Bro, we're already doing it. Biafra is it. We're activating Biafra, eh? What Biafra does is it takes what was done at the Berlin conference, whether they want to call a second conference to annul it or not, eh? A Shah just takes it and turns it upside down on its head and shreds the document. That's what Biafra does. Maybe you don't know that there's 47 self-determination movements across Africa out of 55 European African countries. There's a history of 47. About 22 of them are still very active. Some of them are bogus, as in false claims, like the white people trying to claim a new country in South Africa. That's a bogus claim, false, nonsense. Or the Tuareg trying to claim northern Mali. When you find out they're being sponsored by France, then you stop taking them seriously because there's gold there. Gold. So not all of them are legitimate, yes. But there's self-determination movements everywhere. Why? Because what the Europeans did at Berlin was not natural. They created a very unnatural imbalance. But just because it looked balanced, we went with it. And now the whole thing is unbalancing. And the way forward for Africa is to erase all those borders. And you see, earlier I was talking about what Africa was like before the Arabs came, then the Europeans came. You see how all those different ethnic groups were all side by side next to each other in tropical Africa. And I also said earlier how before the Arabs came, there is no historical or archaeological evidence of warfare, slavery, conquest, or genocide, meaning that those people actually lived in peace. Why can't we go back to that? Why can't we go back to how we were, which was when we were actually in our most stable ever before any foreigners came, whether Arabs, whether Europeans? Why not go back to that? And then considering that the one Europeans and Arabs brought for us, since they came, gave us whatever they gave us: chaos, killing, trouble, wahala. Chaos, killing, trouble, wahala. Say, plus the capitalism, plus the feminism, plus the Christianism, plus the Islam, all of them, wahala, wahala, wahala. Materialism, all of them, wahala, wahala, wahala. Why? Why can't we just go back to the one our ancestors had? Or are we trying to say that our ancestors didn't have a socio-economic, judicial, political system before white people came? Is that what we're trying to say? Because in saying that, we're just saying that we're not a civilization. We're just a bunch of wild animals running around in the tropical African forest, according to Igbo. Our ancestors had their own socio-economic, judicial, political system. How do you know? The political system, we've all heard the histories of the Inri theocracy. That was not a joke or some made-up history. The judicial system, we've all seen that ancient NCBD I don't even know NCBD artifact that shows and describes a court case going on, a court case, and we know we run a council of elders system where everything is about Ibe. Ipipe. Our judicial system. We had a judicial. You see, in that CBD thing, the case was, I think, about a divorce. It showed the people that were judging. I think some of them even came from one village. It was all in the CBD. It was recorded. Economic system. I've talked many times about our trust market that I've used to go and fight and debunk many capitalists. That they should stop fooling people. There's no free market in capitalism. And then I'll describe our trust market for them that our ancestors practiced. That's the only thing in human history that anybody can call a free market. That this one you guys are running in your capitalism is a fraud, is a Ponzi scheme, is not free market. How can you tell me it's a free market when, first of all, someone is already running a monopoly on it? And then by running that monopoly, he's price fixing, price gouging, even doing planned redundancy. You know what planned redundancy is? You make the product so that after 6 months it spoils. Then I have to come and buy another one. But you could have made it last 3 years. No, you make it last for just 6 months. Planned redundancy. On top of this, you now have a government that will subsidize you and then back you up with military force. Military force. No, 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 no. If I don't have the same military force, it's not even a negotiation to now call it free market. Please stop fooling people. Meanwhile, in a trust market, there's no police, there's no military force. I mean, the whole thing is even wrong. Oh God, if I describe it, then anybody that wants to come and debunk that's not free market, please come. And I think I've described it several times. I don't even know if I should. And I was trying to catch the lost 25 minutes, but yeah, I need another break and drink. So, Enteki, I hope I at least responded to some of the things you said earlier and the questions. Oh, he's in the list now. I've lost all my co-hosts. But yeah, yeah, Nigeria is a failed state, and it's all in the history. And okay, your questions took me back to the history, and I also feel the history is necessary. And I've talked about the history a lot. I've done spaces. One of the first spaces I did in this Twitter space was there is a direct link between the trans-Saharan slave trade 1,000 years ago and the terrorism you see in the Sahel today. And that space I did was Prison Break, Nigeria, where I described Nigeria as a prisoner of war camp, thanks to a war that the Nigerians didn't even know they were fighting. And that the only way out of that prison, especially as you are innocent, you didn't even know you are in a war, you are innocent. The only way out of that prison is a prison break.
Hello, Mr. Starman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Starman, you talk about the system of government, our ancestors, the kind of system of government they run, and the business, the kind of economic type they run. I just want to know, or like, because I grew up in the village. The system of government our people run, like in terms of all this justice system, and those who control the affair of the people, is an also because those people, because ever for there we have Amadioha, because in Amadioha, in our place, is where people sit down. This is the place they go to judge. It's a court system, because there, any day, if he make mistake to speak anything lie, he will die for there. This is how our system of government run. Our people was civilized to the extent that They don't use police, they don't kill, they don't jail anybody. Because many people they think that our ancestors, they are not civilized. They are very well civilized. They don't jail, they don't kill. Only the oracle, once you commit, only the oracle will come after you. And once you commit what the people don't want to see you, they will banish you out of the land. These are the system of government our people run, our ancestors run. In terms of trade, in terms of trade, I may think that our people, for my own observation, I may think that our people, they practice capitalist and free market, because if you come to in our adage, they say akaja aja onuman, mean that those who work hard eat most.
Can I just say something?
Okay.
Our people were not capitalists. The thing is, capitalism actually has a propaganda machine. You know how religion has their propaganda machine that will go around
Yeah.
evangelizing. Capitalism has all that demonizing communism as evil. That was done by propaganda machine. It wasn't just people just believed communism was evil. Capitalism has sold itself to the world as the best political system yet or ever.
Okay.
And it needs to do this because if the world actually stops and really thinks about it, you realize that capitalism is a giant Ponzi scheme, the greatest Ponzi scheme in human history that became an economic system. And they've managed to confuse everybody into believing ordinary commerce and trade equals capitalism. Once you're buying and selling, you're doing capitalism. No, it's a lie. I'm sorry. In a communist society, socialist society, you still buy and trade. You still do commerce. Capitalism is not the same thing as commerce and trade. Capitalism is actually very, very specific in its definition, but then they've also propagandized the definition. See, first things first, if you want to understand capitalism, you have to first understand who a capitalist is. If you think you're a capitalist just because you're in a country that describes itself capitalist, but then you do not actually have capital, are you still a capitalist, really? If you have to go and get a job because you don't have capital to work for a capitalist, are you still a capitalist, or he's a cog in his money-making machine? And don't be fooled by some economists that will try and argue with you that your labor is your capital. That's bullshit. Because as long as you're selling your labor, you will never make a profit. A capitalist will never pay you more than you're making for him. Never. If you do not have capital, you are not a capitalist. And capitalism specifically, it's not they just try and describe it as an economic system, commerce, buying, trade. No, no, no. Capitalism is an economic system. That's so. Before I even describe capitalism, feudalism is an economic system that focuses on the the control of the land. Feudalism. The king owns all the land. The king declares, okay, I'll make you a baron to manage this part of the land for me. This one, I'll make you a baron to manage this part of the land for me. I'll make you a baron to manage this part. And then the baron will now go and recruit the knights to enforce the peasants who farm that land. It's like the king says, okay, baron, I grant you this land. The baron now gets the knights to work for him. And then the baron and the knights now decree who gets to live off the land. You can already see where all the inequality is there. The king owns everything, then the barons own his share, then the knights, then the peasants, then the slaves who don't even have those are nothing, zero, nothing for those ones, the slaves. Capital, remember I said, is the control of the land. And the land is the primary means of production or wealth. Capitalism is the means, is the control of the means of production and distribution. Now, with the term means of production, people don't realize that it's actually an umbrella catch-all term for land, industry, capital itself, which is money, raw money to finance anything, the means of production, land in everything, the private control. Remember, when the king owns all the land, it's private. Even in the UK, they will tell you there are some parts of the UK you go to, they'll tell you it's private property. When you dig, now the queen or the Charles owner. Private ownership of all the land. That's feudalism. And then with your private sole ownership, you now decree who and who gets to benefit and how much they benefit from that land as the king. Capitalism is the same thing, private ownership of the means of production. So if the capitalist decree, say, our forest, which is actually supposed to be owned in common by everybody, if the decree say now private property, then the rest of us lose. And they actually got away with it. Some economists came up with some theory. They called it the tragedy of the common. That if you had a common, like a forest, where a group of people had to go look for their food, and that nobody owned that forest, that each individual will overexploit the forest to destruction, which I can debunk in a jiffy. That's because if you leave everybody to their individual means in exploiting this forest, their greed will kick in, greed and competition will kick in, and they will exploit the forest to exhaustion and destruction. That therefore, somebody needs to own the forest and now control who and who gets access to that forest. Even though it's the means of sustenance, the commons for everybody. They say that if you allow everybody access to the forest, it will lead to a tragedy of the commons. But let me debunk this now. When you look at hunter-gatherer groups, in their environments, like say the Khoisan in their savannah, nobody polices the savannah. No, there's no law saying, oh, you can't hunt here because I own the savannah. They don't look and say, oh, okay, there's another tribe there. Okay, there's 100 antelopes. Let's kill as many as we can, because if we don't, that other tribe might kill as many as they can. They don't do that. No. There is no tragedy of the commons. It's a capitalist propaganda. Because when you actually watch hunter-gatherer groups, all of them have an understanding that the commons is beneficial to all of them. And that in as much as they have to exploit it, they also have to consider each other and the balance of that commons. Because if it's destroyed anyways, then nobody benefits. So you see a Khoisan group saying, oh, because we've seen 100 antelopes today, and the other tribe might get them, and besides, we've seen them today, we don't see them every day, hunting is very hard, let's kill as many as possible. No. They'll still kill only one or two or three, or just as much as they need for that week, and leave the rest. And still go hunting next week. You know, ancient societies and civilizations had this understanding. And their worldview is very different from this new age, exploit everything for a profit. That comes from the people that started feudalism, then it became capitalism. The other civilizations around Australia, tropical Africa, they understood balance with your environment. Yes, your environment provides sustenance. You cannot overexploit it. If you do, it will crumble on you. So they never had the tragedy of the commons, even though nobody owned the commons. But suddenly, capitalists come. Oh, no, if I don't own it, there'll be a tragedy. All of a sudden, one man owns all of the fishing rights outside the waters in front of Nigeria in the Atlantic Ocean. But then, in the same Nigeria, millions of people are hungry as Almajiri. All of a sudden, a handful of men own all the oil in one country. In the same Nigeria, half the people are below poverty line, $1.90 a day. That poverty line thing, when they say it's $1.90 a day, I hope you all don't think, oh, that means everybody on that poverty line gets $1.90 a day. No, some people get 2 cents a day. Some people get 5 cents a day. In fact, the $1.90 is even the minimum wage, the so-called minimum wage that people have been fighting for. Your street hawker selling ekpa on a tray in traffic is on 20 cents a day profit. And that's millions of people in that zoo. And somebody will come and tell me it's not a failed state. A failed state with a failed government that caused the failed state in the first place. And then people are still looking to this government for solution. Hey, is this not madness? How can you go and meet the person that caused wahala to settle the same wahala? After begging them to stop. But somehow you're still waiting for them not just to stop, but to now settle everything. Yeah, so, yeah. I don't know if someone else wanted to say something. I was going to play Rotimi Sankore's interview. In fact, let me even play it, Seth. Let me even play it. And Commodore Olawumi, so that people will hear the hellhole. But the thing is, the interview is actually long. It's about 1 hour, 17 minutes. But, yeah, let me even just... wait, I know I'm logged into... Okay, let me mute this and then...
Is that I want to see if we can use your expertise to try and get a better sense of exactly what is going on across this country, particularly when it comes to some of the conflicts that we're seeing become either more entrenched or even more.
So this is an interview where, you guys know that Kadaria Ahmed, that journalist, that Fulani woman, Kadaria Ahmed. She was interviewing a statistician, a guy called Rotimi Sankore, who'd been keeping tracking a lot of data on Nigeria, demographics, human development index, and all that kind of stuff. So she's interviewing him, and he's breaking down some of the things he saw in his studies. But let's listen.
More violent. So can I just start by asking you whether it has come as a surprise to you that the Northwest is now a hotbed of violence and kidnapping and robbery, and that the troubles with Boko Haram, over a decade now fighting the same enemy, and just when we think we're making progress, it seems like they sort of recalibrate their forces and launch again. We've heard that Boko Haram might actually now be in Niger State, and of course you now look at the southeast and see some of the violence that is sort of taking place there. Is any of these things a surprise to you?
Sadly, no.
Why not?
Because the data has been showing us what will happen for a long time, a very, very long time. In fact, as much as 20, 25 years now, but certainly within the last 13 years, the trajectory became clearer.
So explain that, because I don't really understand. When you say the data, which data and what trajectory?
Okay. So let's start with the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics. I mean, we'll come to issues like climate change afterwards. So the data 12 years ago showed that the number of out-of-school children in the Northwest was higher than that in the Northeast. In the Northwest, over 4 million children out of school. In the Northeast, over 3 million children out of school.
This is 13 years ago.
Yes. So, as those kids grow into young adulthood, 18, 21, 22, 23, significant percentages of them will be drawn to extremism and banditry. They are vulnerable to it.
Why? Explain that for those who sort of don't understand these things. Because sometimes we make assumptions about linkages that people can make and they can't make those linkages.
Obviously, not having had access to education is a problem. With poverty, hunger, malnutrition, large ungoverned spaces where there is zero government presence. The UNDP did a report on extremism some years ago, which even showed that some of these young people are not even aware that they are fighting against a state called Nigeria. That's how much those spaces have been abandoned and ungoverned. So essentially, anyone that can gather large groups of young men and motivate them for survival reasons can point them in any direction.
And so what you're saying to me essentially is the data around students or your children who are not in school is normally a good pointer to the fact that at a certain point, if things continue that way, there's a ready-made army waiting to be converted into whether it is criminality, whether it is extremism, that sort of thing.
Yes, and it's everywhere, even in urban areas like Lagos. So broadly in Nigeria, about 70% of children that start primary school don't transit to secondary school. So that's tens of millions of kids. In an urban area like Lagos, they are drawn into things like what is called Agbero. Now, the Agbero profession, if you can call it that, is attached.
For non-Yoruba speakers, Agbero means
essentially
like
touts. Yes. Essentially touts attached to the transport industry. So the transport industry in a place like Lagos extorts more or less what is called ticket money, worth tens of millions of naira every day. So these young people are attached to it.
They can make a living.
They can
without
make a
having
living.
any skill set.
Yes, without zero skill sets. And their bosses are like multimillionaires. Some people even say billionaires. Because of the densely populated nature of Lagos, this is possible. There is no ungoverned space in Lagos. Everywhere needs transport. Lagos is very dense. So that's a pathway for them. If you took that away, say if you doubled, quadrupled, or expanded the size of Lagos in any way, and took away that transport networks, those potential bandits or extremists straight away.
Okay. But let me ask you something. You said 13 years ago the numbers in the Northwest of out-of-school children were higher than those in the Northeast. How did we then end up, if we go by your statistics and what you say they normally should tell us about things, how come we ended up with extremism in the Northeast to begin with?
The collapse of Lake Chad. The collapse of Lake Chad tipped the balance in the Northeast. So The satellite images show over about 6 decades how Lake Chad collapsed from the size of a small sea now to the size of a small river. So over that time, millions lost their means of livelihood around fishing and farming. And the governors in the Northeast, as it then was, and remember,
didn't pay attention.
Yes, and the first of them, of course, is the current president, President Buhari, then a young military officer, and then became the first military administrator of Borno State as well. So after Northeast, which he governed, was split, he became governor of Borno State as well. Him and his successors, largely because they were not trained for this kind of thing. I mean, young infantry artillery officers are not trained to understand climate change or development issues in any way.
Particularly in the 70s, where it wasn't such a big global conversation.
Yes, but it was happening. The satellite images showed it. People living around there could see it. Yes,
and sort of warned about it, that there's going to be a major impact, and nothing was done.
Nothing was done. So the problem became intergenerational. Several generations lost their fishing and farming livelihood. So the impact was then greater. So extremism on 4 sides of Lake Chad, Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, took advantage of it to recruit and mobilize extremists. So that was the game changer in the Northeast. But people were not paying attention to the Northwest. I should say the Northwest also has a higher total fertility rate per woman. Essentially, this is the average number children a girl or woman will have over her lifetime.
So we're now going into the question of birth rates.
Yes.
Are you suggesting you can also equality. Make a link between birth rates, gender equity, and the troubles that we are currently seeing?
Yes, and not just in Nigeria, in Central African Republic, Somalia.
Okay, before we go outside Nigeria, let's focus on Nigeria first. Help me understand that. What is the link between high birth rates, gender equity, and the troubles that we're seeing in the Northwest now?
Well, to put it in one sentence, where there is a high birth rate and girls are forced into child marriage at 12, 13, 14, and before they are 30, have an average of 7 to 8 children. In reality, it could be as much as 11 or 12 each.
Wow.
That alone is bad as it is. If you multiply by polygamy, it means that each man specifically has brought into the world between 7, 14, 21, 28, sometimes up to 32 children.
But you're not suggesting that the act, and we can have a whole conversation obviously around child marriage and the issues with it, but I want us to be able to I want people to really understand what we're saying. It's not so much the marriage in itself that is problematic, or having children. The reason why this has become problematic is because there are no supporting infrastructure. So the children don't go to school. There's no job for the parents to do.
Okay.
And then it is children having children.
Okay.
It's not adults.
Okay. So the problem is this.
Okay.
First of all, the forcing of girls into marriage. In some states, say like in the Northwest, it's between 60 and 83%.
That marry from a very early age.
Yes, forced into marriage from a very early age, between 60 and 83% in each of the Northwest states. What this does, first of all, is obviously it violates the girls. Secondly, it pushes them into lifelong poverty. So, forcing young into marriage from the age of 12, 13, 14, up to 60 to 83% per state, essentially means that they have no education, no job skills, no income, and in the highest in the state where it's highest, 83%. Essentially, 83% of all girls and women are pushed into poverty. So that then creates the background for every other thing that follows. Now, the forced birth of the children themselves is the secondary problem, because when there is no investment in schools or education for those children, the poverty of their mothers especially becomes intergenerational. So the kids themselves then suffer hunger, malnutrition, and as you know,
because they're born to children like themselves.
Yes, they are born to children, yes.
Children who are not educated, who don't have a skill set,
Yes.
who have no income,
Yes.
and so cannot raise them
at all.
Yes. Really,
yes.
properly,
Yes.
you know, and
Yes.
what is expected.
Yes.
Okay.
See, guys, see, the reason I consider this interview significant, even though it's largely focused on the North, is because the North is the head of the as in is the rotten head, and the cancer has been spreading from there. If you hear the situation in the North from this guy's breakdown, try and imagine your children sharing Nigeria with that situation, especially his projections coming in the future. Try and imagine your children sharing this Nigeria. See, we never even reach 15 minutes. He's already mentioned intergenerational poverty like 3 times. Talking about, even what he's saying makes sense. I mean, if you have a situation where young girls are being married, they're being forced to have children, then there's no infrastructure or even any investment in education. How do you think those children will grow up? And then, because of the culture there, before those ones even reach adulthood, they marry. Like the whole thing just constantly keeps repeating, getting worse and worse. I mean, this guy started off by saying that there were 4 million out of school children in the Northwest, 3 million in the Northeast. And what saving places like Lagos is because Lagos is not such an ungoverned large space as the Northwest and the Northeast. That because the young, uneducated people in Nigeria, most of them tend to enter the transport industry in the form of area boy and agbero. Then that same thing is not the same thing that happened. The almagirization happening in the North is not felt as extremely in the South as it's reflecting in the North now. Just because the South does not have just because of the infrastructure in the South, like that transport system, everywhere in Lagos, you need some sort of bus, and with every bus, there's an agbero. They don't have that kind of extensive infrastructure in the North, and the South does not have the kind of extensive spaces that actually allows for, or if that kind of criminality wants to happen, it makes it conducive. They don't quite have it in the South, or at least in Lagos that he focused on as an example. But this, like I said, this is focused on the North, and he spreads it as much as he can to Nigeria. But the real focus, because that's where the real problem is, the North, that intergenerational poverty, millions of people have been locked in, and nobody's doing anything about this. And this is the people we're going to be doing future of Nigeria with. And then the part I always want people to hear, it's just that I can't remember exactly where it is now. The part I always want people to hear is when she starts asking about solution. It's probably towards the end. But, I think you guys should listen to it. My mic is unmuted, but I'm going to leave my mic. But if anyone wants to say anything, maybe wave or something, and I can pause. If you have a question or you want to say something, I can pause, and then, But I think after this one, I want to play Commodore Adewumi's interview. Whoa. I'm going to play Commodore Adewumi's interview. Oh, man. Okay, sorry, guys. Wait, hold on. Let me just continue.
So, in the first instance, hunger and malnutrition are always higher to children born to children. And that means that by the age of 5,
what's going on?
your intellectual and cognitive abilities can be damaged.
Sorry, guys. What's going on?
This is real data. This has been
Yes.
proven, because I know that the Gates Foundation, for example, has been running a campaign trying to get people to understand in the North that the ages of 0 to 5 are critical
Very.
for the development of a child's brain.
Very.
And if the child doesn't get the right kind of nutrition, after the age of 5, it's too late.
It's too late.
And these impairments, what do they do? And what do they make people susceptible to?
Well, the impairment essentially makes people susceptible to recruitment, to banditry and extremism, because it means that they can't rationalize their actions. And remember, they are also in poverty. So first, the cognitive and intellectual abilities are impaired. Not of everybody, but if you look at, say, Katsina and Zamfara states, where hunger and malnutrition is highest, it was Zamfara that had the highest about 3-4 years ago. It's now Katsina, 53%. This is the government's own report, the Food and Nutrition Report, 53%. Hunger
I
and
know some of the
malnutrition.
work that has gone into Zamfara, which is sort of what has sort of dialed it back a little bit, because Zamfara is my state.
So when you have it as high as 53%, 48 to 53% in both of those states,
you're saying more than half of all children born.
Yes, that's what 48 to 53% means. So if the hunger and malnutrition is that high, it means their cognitive and intellectual ability is impaired. So they're in poverty, they can't rationalize things, they're easily lured into, in effect, gangs, which could be gangs of bandits or extremists. They're in large ungoverned spaces, and they're not even aware of the presence of the states. So their sense of right or wrong is effectively erased by multiple factors. They're not aware of what is happening. They can't rationalize what they are being pushed into. They are hungry. They're in poverty. They have no job skills. So effectively, the bandits or the extremists are reproducing an army that is susceptible to them. On October the 4th and 5th this year, multiple newspapers, but Daily Trust in particular, led with a banner headline on it. The bandits and extremists in Niger State issued a statement saying that the communities, instructing the communities to ignore the government directives to send their children to school, and that girl children in particular, they were very specific, are to be forced into marriage no later than the age of 12.
Wait, did you guys hear that? So terrorists in some parts of Nigeria are actually demanding girls don't go to school and they should be married off by 12. Why are people crowds of sit at home, people didn't write JAMB? But they won't cry about this one. They will do as if they don't know.
Forced into marriage no later than the age of 12. So they are very deliberate about their social engineering.
Right. And so this is sort of part of the conversation I want to sort of have as well, because you think of terrorists, and for the majority of people, there's a degree of, we think of them as mad people. Because in our head, no rational human being will do the things that they're doing. And yet, when you kind of sit down and look at some of what they do, they're even more intentional than our government in many ways. They seem to be quite clear regarding what they're trying to do. So we have to assume there's a leadership that is fairly educated, understands how to manipulate communities, etc., etc. Would that be about correct?
The leadership sees the big picture. They understand the kind of society they want to build. So they will social engineer it. Starting...
So we are not doing.
Yes. So the state governments especially are not social engineering the kind of society that we expect they will build. So there is a vacuum. They are not investing enough in education. They are not building enough schools. They are not training enough teachers. They are not ending forced child marriage. Ideally, what we should see in the country is that the president and governors of the 36 states, supported by the chairs of all the 774 local governments, should essentially sign a proclamation of freedom for girls, saying that in upholding the Nigerian constitution, that all girls must be free to go to school, and that anything that prevents them from going to school, such as forced child marriage, will not be tolerated.
Why do you think this isn't happening? I mean, these things seem to be so obvious to me and to you, and when you explain them, I'm sure they're kind of now very obvious to everybody listening.
Because
why is governance not seeing these obvious things that we're seeing and doing the right thing?
Because some of the governors share the same big philosophical picture with these people we call bandits and extremists. And I'll give you an example from your home state of...
Did you guys hear that? He said some of your governors share the same big picture with the bandits. Wait, let me see what I can rewind it small. Just
philosophical picture with these people we call bandits and extremists. And I'll give you an example from your home state of Zamfara. Zamfara once had a governor, Governor Yerima, who got himself a 13-year-old girl.
I had that conversation with him.
Yes.
I actually interviewed him.
So the extremist bandits are not, looking at him and saying, the governor...
And he was one of those at the Senate who pushed back when we were trying to, push laws.
Yes.
That kind of outlawed these sort of things, and they sort of threw in the issue of religion and all of that.
Yes, but the important thing to note is that it's not religion. It's feudalism with an interpretation of religion.
Okay. And before we go into the analysis, I want us to just go back a little bit. We started this conversation with data that is 13 years old.
Yes.
Can we talk about what the recent data is and what it shows, particularly for areas of the Northwest where we've seen violence that is unprecedented in many ways, particularly where you're not fighting a group that have an ideology?
Okay. So let's look at state by state, just to paint a clear picture. And we go back first about 6 years or so. So roughly halfway through the Boko Haram insurgency, the data from the Bureau of Statistics was showing us that in Yobe State, 83% of men had not had access to any formal education, primary, secondary, otherwise.
This is men?
Yes. It always was for women, by the way. But the men are the main fighting force.
That's how bad it was.
Yes. Yeah. In Borno State, 63%. So in other words, only 17% in Yobe and 27% of men in Borno had access to any formal education of any kind. That's what it was telling us 6-7 years ago. If you look to the Northwest...
But if farming was still a viable thing,
yes,
then we may not.
Yes.
Because, you don't necessarily need the sort of education you and I are talking about in order to sort of farm.
Yes.
But that put together with the climate issues we're facing...
Yes, the Northeast accelerated it very rapidly. Now, the Northwest is not much different, not much far behind, just by about 10%. Sokoto, Katsina, Zamfara, Kebbi, Jigawa, some parts of Kano and Kaduna, not like 50, 53, 56, 57%. So that's really high. Now, if you look at today, the overall picture, which is about 13 million children out of school, which shows what will happen in the future,
when they
when
become young, no jobs, no skills, underdeveloped mentally, and so susceptible to be manipulated and used.
Which is...
Did you guys hear that? Please listen carefully, I beg. Wait, let's...
The overall picture, which is about 13 million children out of school, which shows us what will happen in the future
when they become young adults.
Yes.
That's 13 million, no jobs, no skills, probably underdeveloped mentally, and so susceptible to be manipulated and used.
Which is roughly double the number of about 12 years ago. We also have 60 million adults unable to read or write. This is the figure from the Minister of Education. Some of us think it's a bit higher than that. 60 million adults unable to read or write. Majority of them women, but majority of the men affected are from the Northwest and the Northeast. So you can see where this is going. The birth rate is still at 7.3 per woman.
Wow.
Now, in places like Katsina and Zamfara, where
many of whom have no education, so they can't even educate their own kids.
At all. So, not only is the birth rate still 7.3, 7.4 per woman in the Northwest, especially, it's higher in the Northwest and in the Northeast. States like Katsina and Zamfara, Katsina especially, also has the highest polygamy rate in the country. So this is where 24, 28, 32 children are brought into the world by each man.
Wow.
So not surprisingly, Katsina has the highest average class size in the country, about 100 children per class.
Wait, guys. Are you guys factoring all these things in? So first of all, with all the poverty going on there, in places like Katsina, you have some men that have 24 children that are born into intergenerational poverty. Okay, man.
That's average.
And yet when I say polygamy is bad, people attack me and think you are attacking a religion or a way of life. They're not making the correlation between people's lifestyles and the results that we get as a community.
So this is why it's important to look at the global picture. So countries like Turkey or Tunisia share the same religion. And as far back as the 1920s, those countries had started mass education campaigns and even legislation against forced child marriage and polygamy from about 1926. Tunisia, because they understood the implications. Tunisia, by 1963, had started that campaign. In Libya, which collapsed for several different reasons, the age of marriage for girls is 21. Saudi Arabia, a year and a half ago, increased the age of marriage for girls to 18, and so forth, because a lot of those countries understand, say the case of Saudi Arabia, understand that you can't use oil money indefinitely to subsidize that amount of poverty amongst girls. Because that's what they are doing. Because you know the guardianship method, the guardianship policy, you can't go out, you can't be seen in public with a man that is not your father, your brother, your husband, or your son. You can't effectively go in public transport, which is why they changed the law to say women can drive, essentially, and earn a living and contribute to the GDP, because they see that the value of oil is dropping, which is something we should note in Nigeria
as well.
Yes, because by 2025, half of the highly developed countries would have stopped producing cars that run on petrol or diesel. By 2030, all of them would have stopped. So it means all sales are going to drop. Saudi Arabia is looking at that and thinking this amount of poverty anymore. So we need women to work. And Because the thing about gender equality, it's not just a rights issue. It also means that the per capita income and overall contribution...
So it has real, tangible benefits
Yes.
to the community.
Yes.
Beyond giving women rights.
Yes.
But okay,
which are theirs.
Yes, I understand.
It's not.
That.
We're not giving women the rights.
Yes, I know, but I'm saying that's how they put it.
Yes,
Yes, that's how they put it. We're giving them rights.
Yes.
But let me ask you this. I mean, recently the governor of Kaduna State said, he's looking at numbers in the north and comparing it to Afghanistan. Now, these are things that we've also heard the former emir of Kano talk to about again and again, whether it's high birth rates and everything. On current trajectory, if nothing changes, based on your understanding of how data works, what are you predicting for the Northwest and the Northeast?
Maybe in about 10 years from now, most of the states would have failed if the interventions are not made now.
Wait, hold on. Did you guys hear that? She asked him what is his prediction for the Northeast and the Northwest. He said, if nothing is done now, and this interview was about 3 years ago, he said, if nothing is done now, that most of the states would have failed. Okay, for those who didn't catch it, let me see if I can just a little.
Things that we've also heard the former emir of Kano talk to about again and again, whether it's high birth rates and everything. On current trajectory, if nothing changes, based on your understanding of how data works, what are you predicting for the Northwest and the Northeast?
Maybe in about 10 years from now, most of the states would have failed if the interventions are not made now. In about 10 years, the demographics will overwhelm the states, more or less.
Haven't they done so?
Well,
now?
Katsina and Zamfara have failed already. They have been propped up by federal military might. If you pull the army out of Katsina, Zamfara, Yobe, and Borno, the bandits and extremists will overrun those states in a month or two. So at least 4 states have failed in Nigeria. And that's the thing to note.
So, guys, so we set up this space to talk about Nigeria as a failed state. Now, even within the Nigeria, states within the Nigeria have failed. And this is not even me again now. This is a statistician from the National Bureau of Statistics. States within the zoo itself have failed. That if you pull out the military, they will be overrun within a month. They are being propped up by military, anything, government, whatever. Literally. Anyway, let's continue.
Let me say something quickly about local government. When states fail, they fail because communities have failed. So states fail community by community, local government by local government. So if a cluster of communities and local governments fail, then the state fails. And then those bandits or extremists project into the next state and then mobilize similar demographics. And then the contagion just goes like that. So roughly in 10 to 12 years from now, if the current trajectory is on, probably be about 20 million children out of school. The number of adults that can read or write will probably be like 90 million, something like that.
Whoa.
The poverty in the country, the latest UNDP report says about 93 million people are severely affected by multi-dimensional poverty. That's more or less half the country.
And when they say multi-dimensional poverty, what do they normally mean? When developmentalists talk about multi-dimensional poverty?
It means, just to put it crudely, education poverty, food poverty, all kind of energy poverty.
So shortages across some of the most basic things, healthcare.
Yes, health
that
poverty.
Sort of thing. And these things tend to come together and wreck communities.
Yes. Can I mention quickly that another driver of banditry and extremism is related to health? Maternal mortality is highest amongst teenage girls. Pregnancy-related death is the biggest cause of death of
So they
teenage
also
girls.
leave orphans behind.
They also leave orphans behind. And when the orphans are left behind, the men just with the girls like commodities. Senator Ndume pointed out that there are about 60,000 orphans in the IDP camps. I don't know if he was pointing at what I am pointing at, because he's also the Senate chair for the Committee on the Army, but he's also from there. Now, he should have known immediately that even if just roughly half of those orphans are boys, that's potentially a few divisions, equivalent of a few divisions to be recruited by bandits. And, orphans are like a blank slate because no values, no love, no care.
So they
no
cleave to
training.
people who they
Yes.
feel care about.
Yes. And those kind of kids, if extremists get their hands on them, capture 100 farmers and say, to show that you belong to the fold, we want all these farmers beheaded. It's most likely going to happen without any... we saw this happen in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, at places. So often these things are not Nigeria specific. We saw the warlords recruiting children in Sierra Leone and Liberia and using them to behead, amputate, and so forth like that. So these are like fairly basic sociological constructs that you can apply to most societies if the demographics are similar. So when Governor El Rufai said the Northwest especially is on the verge of being like Afghanistan, he's not wrong. He understands what we are talking about now. What he's not saying is that the current set of governors, and in particular their predecessors, failed to shift the North away from feudalism, which is another name for inequality. And that's why I say it's not so much religion. It's the
ethnicity.
In fact, it's not even ethnicity.
We're dealing with class matters here.
No, it's not even ethnicity at all. Yes, it's inequality. It's class matters. So you can see the fear.
That part of ethnicity, me, I no agree. Now, but national TV now, say national TV, they go first tell the agenda. Don't say this, don't say that. But yeah, still, the guy's case is it has its own merits. It's not even supposed to be about pure. Just stick to the figures. Can't go wrong with that. But let's continue.
That a lot of the governors have of reformist feudalists like Sanusi, the former governor of CBN, who understands clearly that the trajectory is going to doom the North, but because his rhetoric indicts them, they are afraid of him and want him off the scene very quickly. But what they don't realize that unless they change and more or less take on board what people like him are saying, they will create the demographic forces that will remove them from office, and it's not going to be very nice.
Exactly.
And it won't be pretty either.
It won't be pretty. That's what I
mean.
mean.
No.
No. So look at Afghanistan. So about 2 decades ago, or up to about 2 decades ago, Afghanistan had similar birth rates to Northwest Nigeria. There was UNESCO has pointed out that in the decade up to 2001, there was almost 0 girls in school, with the same birth rate as Northwest Nigeria today. Wow. In effect, the Taliban reproduced an army by violating the reproductive and sexual health of girls and keeping them out of school. The same is happening in the Northwest and to a lesser extent to the Northeast. That's why I say, if you know the data globally, you understand the trajectory. A lot of people think many things are unique to Nigeria. It's not.
So, I mean, you mentioned a few things that I want us to I want us to talk about what can be done and why isn't it being done and where the issues are. But before we do, because you gave global examples, you talked about the collapse of Libya, you talked about what was happening in Niger and some of the neighboring states around Nigeria. And I know that when I sit down now and look at sort of the map of conflict across the continent, I know that Islamist extremism, for example, is finding fertile ground within the continent, not just in Nigeria. So if you look at Al-Shabaab in Kenya, Somalia, if you look at what's going on in Mozambique, if you look at what's going on in the Sahel, if you look at what's going on in Central African Republic, and even coastal towns like Ghana, their coastal areas are beginning to see extremists. What do you think is going on? Is that do you think has global jihadists taken a decision that Africa represents, in your view, the opportunity for setting up a home and an empire?
Yes, they are taking advantage of the demographics. That's what's
and ungoverned spaces.
Yes, they are taking advantage of demographics. So myself and some colleagues that work on data and demographics and things, we mapped the world essentially 6 years ago using data from official sources. So the Bureau of Statistics of all the countries, with reputable sources like the UNDP, UNESCO, and so forth. When we did the map, Mozambique stood out in Southern Africa. It was at the bottom of the Human Global Development Index
in Southern
Africa.
So you kind of knew almost immediately that that's where the problems would begin.
Yeah. It was really good. These things don't take, if you understand the data, it never takes you by surprise. The surprise is that the policymakers are not reacting to what people can see coming. And it's official sources. So they know. So in Nigeria, for instance, the head of the Bureau of Statistics sits in the National Executive Council meetings. When they produce reports, why don't they say to him or her, wherever it is, so you've produced this report and presented it. Please tell us what it means, interpret it, tell us what the projections are. That's what is done in developed countries. If the ONS, say in the UK, the Office of National Statistics, puts out data, the head of the Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria sits in on the National Executive Council meetings. They don't say to him or her, you've produced a report, can you interpret it for us?
Are you sure they don't
and they don't.
And are you sure they don't know?
They don't. If they know, they don't care.
Okay.
If they know, they don't
because
care.
this seems so obvious as you explain it.
Yes.
And you have to wonder why a policy maker would not know this.
If they know, they don't care. It's self-evident. It's not an allegation, because if they care, they would have acted. But if they said to him or her, the head of the Bureau of Statistics, interpret this to us and tell us in clear terms what you think is going to happen, then there would be on record advance warning. They broadly sidestep it and in fact act as if those reports do not exist, because when you listen to the ministers, occasionally they admit things. So Nigeria, for instance, ironically pushed for at the UN for the International Day for Education, which is now marked on the 21st of January. This was a Nigerian effort at the UN. So around that time, in the spirit of honesty and transparency, the Minister of Education says, even in Nigeria, we have a lot to do. 60 million unable to read or write. We have, in their own estimation, 10 million children out of school, which is not true, because they said they reduced it by 3 million in the year of COVID, when no school opened and no new schools were built. Because
and bandits also had a field.
Yes, closing down schools and so forth. So they occasionally own, but otherwise ignore the solutions. So, for instance, if it is 10 million children out of school, according to global standards recommended 20 to 25 kids per class, essentially, you are looking at, depending on availability of teachers, and so on and so forth like that, at least 200,000 new classrooms, or 250,000, maybe 300,000, but at least 200,000. If you
nobody's building,
no one is building them on that scale, because you need 200,000 new teachers. If you
are you guys listening? They asking for solutions
state by state, and say this is where the problem is worse. If it is 10 million children out of school, according to global standards recommended 20 to 25 kids per class, essentially, you are looking at, depending on availability of teachers, and so on and so forth like that, at least 200,000 new classrooms, or 250,000, maybe.
I don't know if you guys caught that. They're asking him about solutions. So he's saying that Nigeria, now this was 2 years ago, and I think he said something like that in the next 2 or 3 years, Nigeria needs to build 200 to 250,000 classrooms. That's to start teaching these so-called 10 million almajiris, out of school children, even though it's 30 million, but they fiddled the figures from what you're saying, during COVID, and reduced it by 3 million, even though kids weren't going to school during COVID, but they still reduced it. So it's clearly more that they need to build 200 to 250,000 classrooms. This interview was 2.5 years ago. Has anybody built anything? The Tinubu that entered around about that time, has Tinubu built anything? Remember when he was saying that either they don't know or they don't care? Can anybody please tell me what they think? Whether is that the Nigerian politicians really don't know this thing, or clearly they don't care? Because nobody can tell me they have. I mean, this guy is from the National Bureau of Statistics. What is he doing the statistics for himself? Who is he submitting it to?
300,000, but at least 200,000.
It's not even 200,000 to 250. He said 200 to 300,000 classrooms,
depending on availability of teachers, and so on and so forth like that. At least 200,000 new classrooms, 250,000, maybe 300,000, but at least 200,000. If you nobody's building, no one is building them on that scale, because you need 200,000 new teachers. If you then break down
200 to 300,000 new classrooms, 200,000 new teachers. Nah, man. First of all, nobody's even building anything. Then where are the teachers coming from? Sorry guys, I see Ify Esther. I think is our sister. She's waving her hand, so I'll bring her up. Yeah, sorry, I forgot I lost my co-host. Where is she? Where's she gone? Where's Ify Esther? Anyway, me, I wanted to hear one of our sister's voice. Okay, yeah, she's back. Yeah. Amara, I know your hand is probably frozen, hanging up. But I see our minister, Otunwa Moanya, our sister, Ify Esther, my guy, code artisan. The guy whose submissions recodes people's brains. But yeah, Our minister, should we let our lady go and okay, if we ask her, please, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting all the time. This platform where we always air our view and speak to the world. Thank you very much. May Elohim bless you. So, what I want to say is, please, today is the US town hall, and I believe today may be our last contribution before Finland, and most of us will be going tomorrow, next tomorrow already. So I think it's also good when we start also this our contribution on space, because it helps. Yesterday, fundraising, they said a lot of things as though they brought the money from space. Everybody was like, wow, please, if it's possible, let's do that today. Again, you see what is happening now. These children, they will still be adult. They will still have hundreds of children. So we, Biafra, we must tighten up our border. Biafra is already there. So another thing we will always carry in our mind is the way to tighten up, because our border is not. So it will be a no-go area for them. We don't want all these people in our land. We don't want them. It's not a crime if you say you don't want them. We that are in Europe and in America, you see how they lock everybody from entering. So that is how we also do. Our passport, our ID card, will not be easy for anybody to have it, because if you watch around every country that will be surrounding Biafra, apart from Amazonia, is filled up with terrorists. I don't know how to describe it. As in, we must be tighten up our border, because on Thursday, on 2nd of December, Zovizo, we are going to redeclare our nation, and and we will be fighting. I know, because they will never allow us to go easily. So, but at the same time, we will fight, tighten up our border when we know that we have already chased all these people in our land, away from our land. It's not a crime when we tighten up our border. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, my sister. Yeah, about the donation thing, I think I'll post our link, and anybody that want, I mean, and me, I donate as and when I can. Sometimes on instinct or impulse, I'll just, um, yeah. I'll go get the link and I'll post it up. But
Thank
then
you.
I don't know how to think. Man, I feel like a dinosaur. um, hey, I've lost all my co-hosts. I don't know anybody I can co-host, and then maybe they'll even help me do it, please. Amara, oh, your hand is not frozen. Do you want to say anything? If should I make you co-host? Do you
Yeah,
know?
I
Yeah,
wanted
you
to
can make me
request
a
for
co-host. You
co-host,
can.
but it's
Okay.
fine. You can get someone. Yeah, Starman, I've been listening to you, right? It's like I'm just sleeping with your words, just making me just in a dreamland. I've navigated all the history in my brain, like I'm floating in the past, like going through all the histories, comparing with movies I've seen as a young person. There's a lot. There's a lot from my side. There's a call coming through. I don't know if you allow me to take this call. I'll just come back in 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, no worries. No
Yeah.
worries. Yeah, thanks. Code Artisan.
Yes, thank you very much, Starman. I greet each and every one of us here. Minister is in the house. I salute each and every one of us. I actually am very happy that you actually played this video here. But I'll try and watch the entire interview by the end of tomorrow. But one thing from the little that I've listened to so far, yeah, it is real in Nigeria about this lack of development in the north. But whose fault is it? It is actually the fault it is actually the fault of the northern elite themselves. They are the ones behind it because that is the only way they keep their power.
Yeah.
And because they themselves are not educated enough for statesmanship.
Yeah.
You understand? The Islamic empire you see in Nigeria is not really a state, it is an empire. And you know that is the problem we always have, the difference between a state and an empire. Because when you see an empire, it doesn't care about the people within the borders of the empire. But a state is about the people who live in it, be it a republic or a monarchy. Because that is the way states function. So that is exactly what you're seeing here. And what is the solution for those people, for those Alamajiri? The solution actually lies in the breakup of Nigeria, because they are sustaining their stupidity, they are subsidizing their stupidity from the oil and gas they are getting from Biafra land.
Bam.
That is how they are paying for all this going
Bam.
on.
You know how he said
the little
that Saudi Arabia decided to raise the age of women marrying, allow them to start driving to work because they realized they couldn't continue subsidizing all that with their oil money.
That is the only point I am making, because they couldn't sustain it. But in Nigeria, they are still paying for the stupidity. You understand?
Wasting money.
Because exactly, they are paying for the stupidity. Here in Nigeria, from the oil and gas they are getting from Biafra land. By the time we break up Nigeria, and we take back our resources, I mean, I disagree with Nnamdi Kanu when he's saying, that we will give up the oil and let's see what you we will take our oil, we will keep everything that belongs to us. We shouldn't be apologetic about keeping our resources. When we take away these things from them and use it to develop our own resources, I guarantee you, they themselves, they can no longer sustain this thing. That system is going to crumble, and then they will find the need to take their children to school. Right now, they don't have the need to, because the children these illiterates they are breeding, they want to control as foot soldiers against Biafrans. Anytime we rise up against them, we turn on them.
Right.
That's just what I want to. Yeah.
Thank you, code artisan. I said the code person brain. Thank you. Man, yeah, Amara, I see your hand, man. Amara, go, yeah, go on.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to drop off. I had a call. I had an alarm go off here. So
No worries.
yeah, that's sorted out. Yeah, the reason why I've actually raised up my hand since and I kept quiet. I think sometimes when an intellectual conversation is being heard, it's very good to listen and bury your impulses, because ideas will come from our current situation, and I think it's very, very important to listen. And Starman, you did justice with the last video or audio you played about that interview with one statistician, and he did a very good job as well. So if you're a reasonable person, if you have senses in you, sorry, I talk this way because I'm not here to insult anyone, but I think sometimes when you lie to yourself and people are telling you the truth, are pointing you to something, and you continue telling yourself, no, I don't want to go that direction. What you're incurring for yourself, or what you're attracting to yourself, is slavery and destruction. Now, Starman has given a very good foundation on how the whole earth, this geographical space we all reside in, how it's been sectioned, designed to feed people outside that geographical space, basically for them to survive, live, and expand, right? And these ideologies spans from centuries, and now we are feeling the brunt here because obviously some people don't understand why we're in the state where we are right now. And the last statistician just opened our eyes that all these things Taman has been saying, there's still trinkets of this ideology hidden in archives, and people are still exploring the potency of them, and then they're infusing it into today's world. It's 2024. Some people still chase that feudal system, and in Nigeria, as it is, we have scholars who have grounded themselves in how to navigate this terrain when it comes to feudalism. They believe if they multiply their population, they will overrun the entire country. And we're priding ourselves. And if you have a brain, you don't have the population. I'm sorry, to a large extent, you won't be able to do great things. They will say India is one of the largest population, China is one of the largest. If you go everywhere, just as you say, Igbo people are everywhere. The same way you find Chinese everywhere, you find Indians everywhere. What are you going to
Yep.
do about it? You can't do anything about it because what they do, their own is even dangerous. You know what they are doing? They're increasing their number in terms of birth rate, and they're also increasing their economy per capita, as in terms of family size and the economy of that family. So even if an average Indian decides to say, okay, we want to cap childbirth to 4 per family, their population will still overrun the whole earth. So in the next 50 years, God forbid, so you have more Asians in the world than every other tribe. So they are trying to replicate the same thing in Nigeria. So you guys are shouting out, oh, they are killing us in Southeast, they sit at home. You should be crying.
Hmm, hmm,
You just
hmm.
make me laugh.
You see, we wake up
You should
one
be
day.
you should be crying. You're a
Hmm.
fool.
I mean, you heard this guy talking
Honestly.
about one man having 24 children. One
Yeah, they are
man.
going to outrun you. I'm telling you.
Hey,
They will overrun you. You're in Europe here, you're building fine houses in the east. They say, hey, I have an investment in the southeast. I have an investment in the southeast. Oh, because you don't have anyone, you want us to destroy the one. You are an imbecile. You should think with your brain. If you're in this space and you don't open your mind to the possibility that these people overrun you, you are in for a surprise. And that surprise will destroy you, will wipe you out first of all. They will take your land. They'll take that beautiful house you've been doing laboring work in somewhere in Europe for 15 years to build one hotel here and one house here. Those people that are having 50 children in the north, by the time they are ready in the next 10 years, you see that your house, they will take it. They will occupy it. They will tell you you can't come back and there is nothing you.
Mhm.
So if you think you're doing people like me that are saying open your eyes, and I'm telling you now, even if you have the technology and the bomb to blow these people up, you cannot, with the way they are growing like rats that is inside a swamp, multiplying in hourly rate, you cannot wipe them out. Even if you throw boom now and you wipe them out, they still have more in the forest that they will bring down. So how many nuclear bomb are you going to drop to wipe them out?
see, during Second World War, Germany had the superior technology. Their tanks were bomb. You want to try Panzer tank? Hey, Panzer.
These people
The
don't
Russians,
understand how it works.
their tanks were
It's a
cheap,
game of number. Yeah,
but they could make so many of them so quickly. Quantity became a quality in itself.
yeah,
And
yeah,
you see one Panzer tank being swarmed. You know, like when ants and termites fight, you see one termite. I
yeah,
be one ant
yeah.
being swarmed by like 5 termites, and the termites win.
Termite.
That was just how it
Mm-hmm.
played out. The largest tank battle in history. Nobody thought the Russians would win because their tanks were inferior, but they had so many
Yeah,
tanks. Just overwhelmed the Germans.
millions of tanks.
And that's exactly what we're talking
That,
about. Being overwhelmed.
yeah,
Being
overwhelmed with
Overwhelmed, yeah.
numbers.
high.
And the
The
East, the
Germans,
East to say, I'm Mukwalawa, I'm Mukwalawa. My sister was telling me the other day, I think that woman, God will bless her. She said, give birth to 9 children. I said to her, man, leave in the world has moved past it. But listening to this now, last I go start to get another family somewhere, maybe like 2 or 3. Give 4 here because I need to add that number. Because the thing is, we don't think
But but
if we
but
want to still
but
become relevant, we need to have that number. Otherwise, they would overrun, they would change your name to their own name and take your land.
but then
That is how it
yes,
works.
we need to multiply, but we must not do it like them. We need a stable
Yeah,
platform. They
we need to do it
fired out.
exactly strategically. I understand.
That stable,
I understand. I'm just making reference to that, you know.
that stable
I'm
platform
just making reference to
Biafra,
that.
where we can build school for our own children. They no one build. Build
Yeah,
for our own.
yeah,
And as
yeah,
long as we're in Nigeria,
yeah.
they will never let us build for our own children. See,
They will never.
I'll see at some it is I don't even know how long this thing is going, because we started since like 7:30. If I start
7:30.
posting schools in Nigeria, government schools in Nigeria, and we'll start seeing the quality, we'll know what's in store for our children. And in fact, um,
Starman,
yeah,
have you forgotten that I have been lamenting on this thing for a very long time?
so,
These people,
Our people are
they
deceived.
don't
You
know
know
how
why?
down these people want to
They
take us.
deceive them. Sorry, let me just say this. They deceive them with to this discussion. You know why? Because it's either headed and you can't take it all at once. But I can try and pick a very quick picture before I give the mic back to the next speaker. So what I've painted in my mind is, first of all, that they are going to use numbers and they are going to distract our people. They are going to come in, infiltrate the system in the southeast, like they've already done. They are going to use military to gag. They are going to infiltrate the system. They are going to tell our fellow brethren, those that are not core Igbos, they are going to lie to them. They've already done that in the past, but now they're going to intensify that by ensuring that anyone that fights against his brother will be awarded contract and they will be given political positions. And this is how it's going to play. When they get those political positions, they will tell them exactly what to do. This is what they started. They've experimented with Imo State and it's working for them. For now, you don't see what Imo State is going to become. Imo State is going to be the next. It's going to be the next Turkey. It's going to be the next Turkey. They are going to take Imo State, and once they take Imo State, which is central, they will cover the whole of East. And this is what our people are fighting. I was in one space mentioning Olo. There's a place in Olo that no one has governed. Nobody has even. It's a thick forest where you have these places are dead forests where you can't even find life. They're like, it's supposed to be like a wide live reserve for animals. No one has actually explored this part. Now,
He plenty now. He plenty for my
that
side.
that is it. But then, economy wise, they destabilizing us. They know that's our foundation. They want to lie to the people that sit at home. Is actually stopping the economy. See the systematic way they are fighting you. They come now, they use the media to tell everyone that Igbo people don't sell land. So they want to demarket you first. When they demarket you, they call you bad name. While they are at the same time calling you bad name, they are taking your brothers and telling them, oh, no one wants to help you. Come, we can help you. If you convert to Islam, they are doing that in Ebonyi State. People are silent about that. Well, that one concerns them. They are giving them millions to convert to Islam. That's another side where they are tackling, they are fighting. See how they are fighting you people, but you people don't see it. You're just concentrated on people that say, we don't want to, go that route. We want to defend what we have. We want to keep it for our children. We want to stay alive. We want to have a voice. Now you're going to lose all those things because they are fighting you using these nuance, and because you don't have an open mind, your mind is closed. I would say it's because some of did not grow up in the East, or because our parents didn't really sit us down to teach us history, and we didn't really see the reason why our existence is very important in that geographical space, in the southeast. So, for those of us that would want solution, I think we already have the solution. It's just that we don't pay attention to them. First of all, we will forget about those lies. We're already in the internet. What Starman is doing is great. We continue to tell them that most of the things they are saying are lies. People are going back home and investing. People are silently investing and doing their businesses. They are not making noise. People don't hear what they say. Southeast is making money. They call Enugu. They just want to pull all the attraction to Enugu and Abia. Even that same Imo State where you have where they are lying that IPOB and government are killing people, there are still people doing businesses there, and there are people building houses on a daily basis. Nobody is saying that somebody has just kidnapped. So those things you're hearing are things that have happened in the past. And if you have anybody that says Umoma or somebody visited them, I would like to see where, who. They need to start having pictures. Take pictures of this thing, post it out. Let's know if it's the government that is infiltrating the system. Like I said earlier, they will infiltrate the system and they will lie to you so that you demonize your own people, trying to create a safe environment for you. Environment you think they are creating a prototype of that same environment havoc on people and saying, oh, is these people doing it? Well, I'll leave it to them. But I will not come to space without having fact, right? And I'll sit down and curse somebody and swear because I've been to spaces where people just speak with so much vile, empty skull. They don't think. And Starman, thank you for doing this. I'm your student, though this is not my area of history. I'm a cybersecurity analyst. I deal with intelligence. So what you've sold to us today, I can see clearly that we're heading somewhere that if we don't, stand our ground, they are going to take what we all working towards. They're going to take it from us, and they are going to chase us out of our land, and there is nothing we can do. And this fear, let me just speak this last thing. And this fear our Igbo people are nursing, um, I think is just uh, trauma from the war. Some of our parents that were not part of the war that saw and heard that it didn't really happen to them directly felt like they should sell that life so that they can preserve their children and offspring. It's fine. But this fear will only keep you docile. You will not be able to move and look for something to sustain you and for progress and for sustainability. Now is the time for you to rise up and say no to these people coming with their feudal ideology, marching all the way from the north. Now they in east, northeast, and northwest. They've conquered the middle belt. They are heading down south, and the resistance is the east. They mobilize the entire Nigeria because they have a puppet now in power who is from the southwest. Obviously, southwest as it is, 50% of it is gone. If they like, let them keep deceiving themselves because they live in denial. We will not continue to live in denial. We'll speak the truth. We'll continue to push back from that region until we establish what we're looking for on December 2nd. Thank you, my brothers. Thank you, Stama. I'll continue to be on the listener session, and I wish more of this will come up when we lay the foundation of history. Let people think, extract the information from that history, and extrapolate it against what we have here today, this day and age, and see what some feudal systems actually building behind us and on top of us. And as they are spreading it down, the weight is really, in fact, is destroying the entire Southeast with that weight they are putting on us because we are the ones doing all the work for Nigeria, basically. We are the one doing manufacturing. We are the one doing almost everything except agriculture, which we are trying to tell our people to go back into. The pressure is just too much on the East. Everyone is talking about Southeast. No one is talking about any other place except Southeast.
And
Thank you, my
and
brother.
our resources is subsidizing their nonsense.
Yes,
Our
our
resources
resources is carrying these
sweat.
people because they don't do anything.
All
Our
they
sweat,
will pay, subsidizing other people's sweat. Because some
honestly.
riffraffs who have house in Abuja and Lagos
Mm.
suddenly are afraid that, oh, well, so my house that I worked all my life for is now going to be in another country. Nah, man,
Mm.
those guys are crazy. Is he only them that has house in Lagos? Me, I don't. I have house too, but I don't
You
care.
have a family house in Lagos
Yeah,
now.
justice.
You have a family house that is rented out. Nobody stays there. I don't think I've gone to that place in the last 5 years.
Justice even said.
It's a family house rented by outsiders, not even Igbos or Yorubas.
Justice even said
So
if he can't sell his own house, he'll find one decent Yoruba guy and dash. Eh? Why should I sacrifice the whole of Igbo land because of one stupid house in somebody else's land? Anyway, yeah,
crazy,
let's
man.
let's roll on. Yeah, our minister, and then after our minister, I think big name because yeah, and then justice. What?
Thank you, Starman.
Greetings. Good.
It's been a
Uh,
long time. Long time. Where did you escape to?
hmm.
These are our enemies. They chase you away.
No. Hey, no. What? No. See,
At
the
the
last
time, I
month
was
for
like,
me
where
has
did
just
Starman?
been
I can't even see their platform. I was like, what is going on?
no. The
You know,
last
but
month for me has just been one roller coaster. So man. So first of all, I had to travel. I went to Amsterdam,
okay.
and I had like what I can best describe as a spiritual experience. Then I came back, and then I lost my uncle. Guess what? Wait, hold on. My uncle died from an appendicitis operation in the 21st century
Where is he? In the
in
zoo?
the zoo. Because in the zoo, an operation a freshman doctor can do with one eye. How many times do you hear people in the Western world? Oh, somebody died of
Starman,
appendicitis operation.
Starman,
Sorry, yeah,
Starman,
sorry. Carry on.
myself. Yeah, I myself, I almost died of appendicitis as
Yeah,
well. So this guy you're listening to is a living witness. Almost close to 120 years I would have died of it.
hey, hey, zoo, man.
I was every day.
Zoo is a death sentence. But sorry, carry on, please.
Yes. Yes, zoo. I I say that everybody dying, if you die as a result of any ordinary headache, is as a result of you found yourself in the zoo. Even if because all these things are not supposed to be seen happening. I was in Norway last week. I didn't even see a fly flying. You see the mighty, the beauty of that country. And someone will be here telling me about zoo. Anybody in Europe, no matter the poorest country out of the zoo, if you find yourself there, you will pray never to be deported back to zoo because it's like hell. They're putting you back to hell. Nobody wants to witness that nonsense anymore. But anyway, you see the stories of this everything you just gave to us because I was trying to understand some things. You will know that yes, all of us we are seeking for this freedom, but there are people that who need this freedom more than us. Those that Arsenal can it can be a one by one before it will even reach to our turn. It will pass years because there are people who need this freedom like yesterday, not even tomorrow. No, yesterday, desperate in need of this freedom. But all of us, we are tired, so tired and sweating wherever country, whichever country that we found ourselves because we are tired of the type of life, because we are seeing things that should be happening, in our lives that is not happening. There are people who cannot even have food, even ordinary water to drink, clean water. This is happening only in one contraption, zoo. In the north, look at millions, they're counted in millions of children who cannot even uh, go to school, write their names, adults, grown ups. And I wonder, people who say they are educated idiots, morons, who come to the space and be telling you for continuation, continuation. Let us continue so that these people, more lives will be put to risk, more lives will be destroyed. Truly, there are people who don't love life. There are people, everybody, if you come to life, you will give yourself, I am out to do this work, save humanity or destroy humanity. Whichever one you find yourself, okay. Some people they have sworn, some people sacrifice themselves, as we are doing everything now to sacrifice for freedom. There are people who brought themselves to say, we are going to sacrifice to make sure that we enslave the entire Africa, whatever it will take. If they say it is hell, if hell exists, some European, all these colonial masters, they have sworn to do that for their unborn children, to fight for what is not theirs. And we, this is our own, you know it. Your forefathers fought for it and left it for you. You you grow, feel reluctantly no. You don't want to do anything, you don't want to stress yourself. I don't want to disturb myself because you find yourself in a country that is a that is okay. Maybe you find yourself in Europe, you say, don't disturb me. There are people who are meant to do this work. And someone was telling me the other day, I say, come on, let's fight, put our hands together to fight for Biafra. He said, no, I don't have that time. So I went double. I said, if there are people who were choosing to do this work, or the problem is that some people are not seeing, they are not seeing the way we are living. They haven't seen any fault, or they don't know the dangers, ahead of us. Because the more days are coming, the more years, things are getting worse. At a time, Europe will change their law, and these laws is going to affect people. It's going to affect people seriously. Delay is dangerous. Delay is dangerous. Everything we are doing now, we have to be focused, in our freedom fighting, and make sure that if we are learning whatever we're learning, make sure we have a functionable background, functionable institution that we are looking, with the left eye, one eye that is working, and before we can, not like what is happening in the situation right now. Somehow I am worried because of our PM that is not here. It got me a little bit worried. But there is a question of if, what if. But we must not give up. We must continue fighting because you can never allow your enemies to hold you on your neck, and you never strangle yourself or struggle to get his hands off, and you expect to be free. No, no matter how long it takes, you must always be doing something to free yourself. And while we educate ourselves for those who don't see, because I know everything we're doing here is for those believers of one Nigeria, for them to see reason in what we have seen, sitting down, you know, even those adults, white, white-haired people, they can't even, they don't even care. They are living a life of I don't care because some lives is messed up. They want your own life also to be messed up. They want all of us to fail, but we can never allow it, even if it's going to cost our lives to resist and push push them back. We have the strength to do it, if we want. But I believe as we claim this generation, we cannot give up. We can do it. Let me yield the mic for now. Thank you so much, Starman, and welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, my brother, my honorable minister. And I look forward to us all jamming in Finland. Nothing.
Sure. They can't stop us.
No, yeah, you see all these Nigerians, they be shouting a luta continua. Now we teach them what's in a luta continua mean. don't watch that, man. Uh, yeah, Justice. Justice, are you still with us?
Justice here. Justice, yes, I hope I'm going to see you there.
Justice.
Stammer, it looks like justice is not there.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Let Think go
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Think
Think,
can
think.
go.
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, this thing is very revealing. The failed index, failed states index, and how profound it is, because over the years I mean, colonial things to us. I mean, we were dealing with slavery, then colonizing came, and they brought Christianity. It actually detached us from our indigenous values and traditions, such that we started having this parochial worldview about having smaller families, while the colonial masters, apparently did not interfere with the Islamic. I mean, they were doing indirect rule, and the Islamic rule was there in the north. But the greatest disservice was when Lord Lugard and his wife, his girlfriend rather, decided to unite the North and the South, and that has been the tale of interminable woes for us. I heard a few of our brethren speak about the fact that they will be growing in numbers and will overwhelm us with our population. But maybe someday overrun us. But I know that we're a very resilient people. I'm also consoled by the fact that in history we've had a country like Poland even lose they were under the, if I recall rightly, I think the Russian Empire at some point, and they lost. I mean, the Germans too colonized them. The Russians colonized them at some point, and they for about almost 100 years or thereabout. They lost their land, but they were able to get back their land when the Ottoman Empire expired in the 1920s. But I know for us in the Igbo, because God is with us, and because of all this sensitization that we are doing, we will not get to the point where we will overrun out of our land. We'll make sure that we fight to get out of the zoo called one Nigeria, and to, bring Biafra. There's nothing they can do about it. We are on that interminable march to freedom, and it just it's just obvious that even without firing a single bullet, the Nigerian state is going to collapse on its own internal contradictions. You can see that Nigeria is on life support. From time to time, you see, it's like a doctor that is trying to resuscitate somebody that is almost going into coma. You see the World Bank, you see the IMF. The colonial masters, British colonial masters, instigating these bodies to give Nigeria doses of insulin, if I will call it, or some sort of shock therapy, giving loans just to keep the country going. But I'm wondering, because resources are not infinite. So I don't know how long Britain, with all of its economic problems, will continue to instigate the IMF and the World Bank to continue to give loans to a country that is already on its knees. This is what they've been doing for some time now. You just see all sorts of loans, and you'll be wondering, what are they hedging it against? What resources are they really hedging it against? Rather than them allow for a natural division of the country, and to allow for the indigenous peoples to take over their different component parts. And when we become functional separate countries, then some of these monies that are owed can actually be repaid back in the future. But how do you hedge all of these loans against natural resources? Because natural resources are finite. What actually gives any form of what's it called? What actually gives any form of sustainability in terms of even the repayment of some of these loans is the human capital index, the ability of the country to be able to project long term, the important, reducing inequality, providing capital that will be able to repay this. It's obvious that the objective of the World Bank and the IMF is not actually to get the loans back, but a way to just keep us down so that they can continue to get cheap natural resources as well as human resources. They complain about migration to the west of people, but what they do is they come, take them to the west to serve them. There's also constant migration. So it's just what I don't understand. So really, are they really interested in actually the long-term repayment of those loans? Or the funds from the West is actually to achieve a specific purpose? So I was also reading a document about the strategic long-term effects of the United States in terms of dealing with failed states, because the United States made it a strategic objective using the failed states index to actually determine states that will affect its national policy, national security objectives. Failed states actually bring instability to the United States. That was their projection. But this was, say, in the 90s, 2000s, where it was more of a unipolar world order. But we are going into a multipolar world order now, and that objective will change in terms of, because what they were doing then was this policy objective was to try to infuse, they will even go as far as going into nation building, help those states to stabilize, by carrying out a lot of interventions, militarily and otherwise. You can remember when they destroyed Iraq, they went as far as even engaging in nation building, helping Iraq to rebuild its economy. But there has always been arguments, even in the State Department in the US, that soldiers are not meant to be escorting children to school and all of that, doing all sorts of non-military activities in foreign overseas, because of their, it's not related, it shouldn't be related to the foreign policy objectives of the United States. But now that we're going to a multipolar world order, and the US's influence is declining, also the US is also, the resources are diminishing. There's less appetite for interventions in terms of maintaining nation building to help the failed states stabilize. So what we're going to be seeing is that the failed states will be imploding, and the implosions will come naturally, and the Western world will have to deal with the emerging nations that will come out of those natural implosions that we are seeing. I understand that after a lot of struggle for several years, that the United States is, if I'm not mistaken, has recognized Somaliland. So we are going to be seeing more of that. Biafra and Ambazina will be next in queue. At some point, the implosion will happen, and Nigeria will disintegrate, and Biafra will be recognized. So let me just hang the mic here for others to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Justice, I don't know if you're back with us. And yeah, I like what you said about this transition to a multipolar world. So, even the West do not have that kind of monopoly on bullying you into what they want because they know you now have another option. Yeah. Yeah, Justice, I don't know if you're free now. Uh Lacroix, go cry. Yeah, welcome up stage, bro.
Yeah, I've been having network issues. I think it's has to do with where I was at that point. So I don't know. It just keep kicking me out from the space at
Yeah,
some
no
point.
worries, man. Ify, are you still with us? Maybe she's busy.
I think if he has slept.
Yeah. But
I I was thinking Abe governor was defend his one Nigeria. He knows to defend Nigeria.
I
So
beg, I don't want
I
any.
was
I don't
expecting.
want any headache today. I beg. I beg.
governor is actually the only person that challenged me that he would put $1,000. I was asking, but when the time came, he started bringing up all sorts of excuses that I had to send my sure cause to publicize the space and that. I was like, well, bro, what do you need my picture for? It's a space, a Twitter X space. We're just talking, we're debating, just talking rubbish. And he just came out in
Abe,
the end.
Abe, Abe is an head of the Nigerian intelligence
Yeah.
agencies.
Please don't ever give that guy your number. If you give that guy your number, your phone is gone. He will always invite you to WhatsApp group, this, that, that. Nah, don't. Unless it's a phone you don't particularly have any need for, then maybe a burner or something. But don't give me your mate. What? So yeah, I was saying earlier what was going to happen in the zoo. How the
Sorry, Simon. I'm sorry for interrupting, please. With
yeah,
regards to that, I have a little education for us.
yeah,
With people like that, you must give them a number. Use apps like Dingtone to buy a phone number that you can then use to log into WhatsApp that you can use to communicate to them via these platforms. You're right. Don't give them your main number. If you do, this government they do buy this uh, these viruses and these malwares that infect any kind of phone, iPhones, Android phones, any phone. Like they use zero-day attack
yeah.
to break into people's phone, and then they go there, they then identify you, know who you are. So nobody should give them number. You just give them the number of something like Dingtone or all these third-party eSIM services is what people should do.
Right. And if they send you any attachments or any of those kind of things, is it safe to open?
Yeah. No image, no, don't open any attachment with them that is sent from you, and any link as well. They can infect your phone with attachments and links.
Right, right. So, well, the best solution is just get like a burner account. I mean, personally, I won't waste time doing it, but sometimes I can understand why people want to do stuff like that. Like, you know, just as they're looking for information from you, you should be looking for information from them too. As they're trying to, you should be trying to, because that's your enemy right there. You know, but I don't have that kind of time or even extra phone to dedicate to that kind of nonsense. I mean, I've known the guy for like over 4 years, and I know he's never going to change, and he just keeps getting worse. But yeah, I was talking earlier about how I see Nigeria ending. We always think, oh, Nigeria will break into three, four, maybe five countries: Biafra, Yoruba Nation, Arawa, maybe some sort of Kanuri kingdom, whatever they want to do there, and then Middle Belt. But now, nah, I don't see it that way no more. I think Nigeria will break into only two, Biafra and Nigeria. And Nigeria, whatever remains of Nigeria, will be Almajirized. After being, it's already been Almajirized with poverty. Poverty is Almajirization. After being Almajirized, it will be Islamized. I mean, after the endemic poverty becomes, we're all just listening to Rotimi Sankore now. It becomes even much, much easier to Islamize the whole place. And after Islamizing them all those Fulani, Fulani, they don't have a homeland. They're always in other people's countries. And they've been looking for a homeland to steal. They first tried it with Central African Republic, they failed. Now it's Nigeria. They were all flooding. Aye. Raping.
Come on, does it mean that all these guys they don't see this Islamization coming, or they don't know about it, or I don't I get it.
See, when I was in Nigeria, before I finally came back, that time, well, when I had my health issues, thanks to quack doctor in Nigeria, there was something I noticed Nigerians always used to say. So when I first came back, okay, so before I came back, all my friends were telling me, Starman, come back, Nigeria is not good. Jonathan is trying this one, that one. Me too, I fell for it. I fell for it for several reasons. First of all, I was tired of the UK. I felt I just wanted to go somewhere else. My health issues actually started in the UK, but I didn't know that Nigeria was going to make it worse. Like literally, I nearly died in Nigeria hospital because of quack doctor. And this was no shit hospital. This is one of the best ones, supposedly in Lagos even. Um, so I decided, okay, you know what? I'll go back and just even give it a try, see what happens. And besides, at the time, I was one of the first people on this planet. This one is not even bragging. One of the first people on this planet to buy a commercial 3D printer. Now, 3D printing technology has existed since the 80s. But by the time they start selling all these commercial ones, that's just like a small box you can put in your house, on your table, on your office desk, and when I bought my own, I read after buying my own, which at that time it was the technology was even still so basic that the one I bought, I had to buy the parts, then assemble it myself. Like literally, it took me 4 days to assemble, and I nearly ran mad because it didn't even come with a manual. I nearly ran mad. By the time I finished, I thought it was no, sorry. By the time I finished, I thought it was. I lost track of time. Because I knew this was going to be a lot of work. So at the time, I was going through health issues, so I wasn't even working. So I prepared myself. I locked myself in my house, and I thought it was going to take me a week. So I bought everything I needed because I was mostly bedridden anyway. So I wasn't hardly even going out. I bought everything I needed, and I started assembling this thing. By the time I finished, I thought it was a week and a half, but it was a week had gone. I lost track of time. I remember seeing one of my neighbors, and I was like, "Oh, how come you didn't go to work today?" And I was like, "Wait, it's Sunday." As in, but anyway, so I got into this 3D printing, and I was so confident. And after buying that printer, I read this article that said that 3D printing, that they were surprised about how it was catching on. That after the release of the first proper commercial 3D printers, about only 2,000 had been bought. So after my first one, the first one I built, it didn't really last. It started having issues. So I bought one of those proper commercial ones. It was something from a company called Tier Time, a Chinese company. They said only 2,000 had been bought. And the technology was so exciting. I literally watched it. You know, like how many people saw Bitcoin go from 2 cents to $2,000. I watched 3D printing mushroom in London. One French guy set up this massive company that just monopolized everything. So the rest of us that got into it early, trying to make money, we could only like do, contracts. Someone wants a design, either they come with the design or they'll pay you to design it and then print it for them, that sort of thing. So me, I was now. So when my friends were putting in my head, come back to Nigeria, things are good now. How about NEPA? If you live in the right area, do you even know there's NEPA? They don't take like this one, that one, that. How about this one? This one. They were just feeding me stories. Anyway, so I thought, okay, since the 3D market is already saturated in London, as in people with more capital than me, even though I got into it early, but people with more capital than me had just come and run through the thing already. Why don't I take this technology? Oh God, why don't I take this technology to Nigeria? And I'll even be one of the first, and not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. So me too, I carried it. I went, and oh my God, when I got to Nigeria, NEPA dealt with me. NEPA, in fact, my printers, because of NEPA, we're always getting damaged. I ended up becoming an expert fixer of 3D printers because I couldn't be sending them to London every time. And then one time I even ordered something via post. It never arrived. I quickly realized I was in the middle of a nightmare. I was like in the middle of a nightmare. Man, look, that country kills dreams. When I was there, when people started finding out what I was doing, they started, people were excited, they'd never seen that sort of thing. So they said to me, that there's another guy. Some of my friends who knew the guy. Oh, there's this guy that came back from America. He brought the same technology. The guy spent 6 months. He ran back to America. 6 months. He ran back to America. He said this. They said he couldn't handle it. Me, I even tried. I did 3. It held the injury from the doctor, everything. I just had to just abandon everything. I just got back to UK, and that was what saved me. That was what saved me. So yeah, talking about Nigeria breaking up. I okay. So yeah. So when I came back, while I was, but so within a year, I had the injury that. Do you know this injury? It's not over. I haven't even finished recovering. At some point I was having 2 surgeries every year. 3 sometimes. Anyway, so while I was in Nigeria, I realized, man, Starman, you don't carry yourself come nightmare. First of all, after the initial injury, I was bedridden for like 9 months. 9 months, man. If I don't go toilet, I go crawl up from bed, use hand and leg, crawl, go toilet. I go lie down on one side there. That side now become numb. I'll switch to the other side, shift my laptop. My God, man. So all in the middle of all this, apart from even getting into history, because this was all like 12, 13 years ago. Apart from I was already into history, but apart from properly now focusing on African history, because I wanted to understand why black people were in this position. Like Iku Wagurum, I was tired of the world, man. So I just thought, okay, I got tired of football. I got tired of box sets, all those distractions. Every day on my bed, I was just watching world history. And then before the injury, when my business was already being bashed around, somewhere along the line, I discovered WikiLeaks Nigeria. WikiLeaks Nigeria. Man. Hey, man. And then it was around that time as well. I started hearing about Wazirike, Nnamdi Kanu, and some other guy. Apparently, a Yoruba guy, Pastor Bosu Emmanuel. This was some Christian pastor telling Yoruba. Well, he didn't focus on Yoruba. He focused on Nigerian Christians that they should wake up. He was telling them about OIC, that they are coming to Islamize Nigerians. Then when I used to be telling them about WikiLeaks Nigeria, because WikiLeaks, it was all the leaked intelligence about America and their activities all over the world. So when Assange guys were now releasing it, they were sorting it according to country even. So there was actually WikiLeaks Nigeria, like proper. Someone set up a website. It's gone down now. WikiLeaks Nigeria. You go read and you go tire. You go read. Fear go catch you yourself. When you see what people like IBB and Guzau did, Mohammed Guzau, that head of Secret Service until during Jonathan's time. Him and Babangida were friends. That guy, when I started reading about that guy, I read. So they fear catch me. I don't even fit call the guy for name for phone. Unless we're face to face, I can never mention his name on the phone. Fear catch me, self. Me way fear no the catch. When I read some of the things this guy did, how the guy was holding some of the Nigerian elite to ransom, that he had recordings and information on. Remember, the guy was Secret Service, that he had information on all of them, and that if something untoward was to happen to him, that instructions had been left for the information to be released. This is someone that sold Nigeria's secrets so that America could give him a tour of one of those their 6 continental command centers, whether Eurocom or Biafricom, one of them. Man, Babangida's friend, Mohammed Gizal. So I started reading all these things, man, plus the history. Oh boy. And I'll be trying to tell my friends. I'll be showing them what Bosu Emmanuel was saying. Showing them what Nnamdi Kanu was saying. Oh boy. People thought, man, this guy, I beg. So, see, but then, while I was saying all this, something I noticed with Nigerians, and I think this is from socialization. Almost all of them tell these things. One of their impulsive or instinctive responses was, "It can never happen. It can never happen. It got to a point that statement used to annoy me. It can never happen. They can never Islamize Nigeria.
It's not possible. It's not possible.
Not possible, and it can never happen." Hi. Man, some of them used to say it like this, and I'll just stop. I'll just be looking at them. I'll just be visualizing through their skull with no brain, like Ikagum. Like, I'll just be like, man, it's like talking.
They will tell you a story about Turkey, Lebanon, and all those, the rest. They will tell you it will not happen. It's not that they put something on ground fighting against it, but they will say it's not
Just like
possible.
that. Like, say, just because you said it won't happen. In the manifestation. Because of church now. This is why I said it's because of socialization. When you go to all those pastors, they'll tell you, "Oh, just cast the spirit out. Oh, just we'll bless from God and all." They think that's how it runs. They think that's how the universe works. Just it can never happen, and then therefore it won't happen. Look where we are today. Look where this is what I'm telling you. I was in Nigeria 2011. First to bury my mom, then I moved back. Then my grandmom died. 2013. No. I fell ill 2013. That's quack doctor. Then my grandmom died 2014. Then I came back 2017. So this is about 10, 11 12 years ago. People have been telling Nigerians these things. they no one here. See them still arguing today. You tell India Fonja that 29,000 people were killed. They open space to debunk it. See, the only thing I can is what Nnamdi Kanu said, that it must be.
You tell them
Yeah.
IDP camp, they say where?
Yeah.
Show me where. If you talk of IDP camp, they say where is it?
Yeah.
Show me where.
Yeah. Where is the graves? Where are the graves? The only thing I can use to explain it is it must be something in that suya, Fulani Nyan, that Tozo. You know, see, Nigerians are. I've never seen a people that were being conquered and they were still in denial. But I think the answer lies in history, and I think the history itself explains why Igbo people fought Ekumeku War, still fought Biafra War, and are still fighting today. Yeah. You see what happened to Hausa people 200 years ago? I don't want, because that will shift to another whole topic, maybe another space. I think a similar thing happened in southwestern Nigeria 900 years ago. But that's another story. Yeah. And I think until the people in that part of Nigeria deal with that part of their history, they won't really recover. And I was talking about the eventual breakup of Nigeria earlier. Like I said, I used to think it would break into 5. But now I think it will ultimately only break into 2. There'll be Biafra and there'll be Nigeria. And Nigeria, what's left of it will be Almajirized with poverty, then Islamized, then Fulanized. Eventually, it will become that Fulani homeland. Now, a few people that's not part of Biafra now, that's still in Nigeria, a few of them will be saved. Because I don't think they're also brain dead. Some of them are even at the last minute won't fight back. But I believe that their only salvation will be to reach out to Biafra. Because at that stage, it will be too late doing what we Biafrans have been doing for 10 years. All the agitation, all the fundraising, all the awareness, sensitization, it will be too late. To start creating all the state structures that we've... The best thing is to reach out to some people who have already done it as shortcut. I mean, a few parts of Nigeria will eventually reach out. I see parts of southern, southwest, the north, those ones, the northern part of the southwest has been entered seriously by Islam. Seriously. And most of the actors that did a certain conquest 900 years ago, a lot of them are largely around there. And the Nigerian state has allowed them to further their conquest, just as it allowed the Fulani to further their own in the north. That state structure has been an instrument of them furthering their conquest, even coming towards us. So we all know how it goes down. Parts of the southern part of that part of the zoo will reach out to us unless their ego consumes them and they think they can do their own magic. Parts of the middle belt, currently not part of Biafra right now, will also reach out. But the only people from the zoo that will be saved from the zoo, from this process of Almajirization, Islamization, and Fulanization, only those that reach out. Because by the time we go, I think they'll be too small in number even to even defend anything. But we must go. We must go. Yeah, Mazi Oracle. I see you come up. I haven't heard from you. Mazi Oracle.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much, Steman. Really, I really appreciate the effort many of you are putting up to make sure that this movement keep being fruitful. Uh, you almost said all the things I want to say, but let me just add my 2 cents. First of all, we all knows that the sharing formula of Nigeria is southern and northern, according to the way they said they share it, which means a southern president, and then a north vice, or in a north president and a southern vice, which consist of one Muslim, one Christian. When Mazin Nnamdi Kanu told Nigerians that the movement of Islamizing Nigeria is not a process of rush, okay? The British and the German, the European and the Western colonization, when they came to Africa that they want to colonize Africa, they didn't come with guns and bombs immediately. They came gradually. They came sailing for the first time. They came, they saw, they look, they came again, they studied the environment, and then after that, before they start bringing in guns and ammunitions, and then bringing in religion, using churches. Many churches, Catholic churches, Pentecostal, Methodist, were used as a warehouse where humans were stored underground and then led into the ship, which was named Jesus. The name of the ship is called Jesus. And then taken to be slaves in European countries and American countries. So, in all of this, we all know how many years it took. It took more than 40 years for them to be able to accomplish all of this, to be able to make sure that they come, they look at the processes it takes, they look at the kind of people they want to colonize, the mentality of people, what these people think, what they believe, and how they can be able to conquer both physical and spiritual. Now, if you look at Africa, we are not yet free. So, meaning we still have the symptoms of colonization working in us. So, what am I trying to say? The Fulani colonization, which is taking place in Nigeria, is also going to take the same amount of years it took for the Western colonization to succeed. So you are not expecting them to suddenly pick up gun or go to court and say, okay, Nigeria is now colonized. You are now a Muslim country, whether you like it or not. It's not going to be done that way. It's not going to be done that way. We all know what a manipulation is. For those of you who say Yahoo, Yahoo is more like it's just like Yahoo. The manipulation is just like those people doing Yahoo. Before you be able to get money from your client, you first of all have to convince that person that you love them. Gradual process, then baby, my job is being done. You don't expect them to just wake up one morning and just boom and start making decisions and start putting it into law. But then we and I know that the process is going smoothly for them. First of all, they introduced Sharia law. It was passed. Then they introduced Zabla police, which it has been inaugurated long time ago, but a new set has been inaugurated last week or a few days ago. Yes, few days ago. This few was it day before yesterday or 2 days ago, and Zabla was inaugurated, and Zabla now have a general, a major general in Sokoto has been inaugurated. A new set of Azabla has been inaugurated, which means
Hizbah police. Hizbah.
that is Bala. Well, I don't know yeah, yeah. You already know where I'm going. So that set now, it means that that particular state where these people are performing is no longer a Christian state. Now they came with Muslim ticket. It went through smoothly. Then they came with Sharia for all the whole Nigeria. That particular one, they saw that there is still some human being shaking body. You know, when you want to, if maybe you are a lady or you are or whoever, you are a corny person, you want to, a lady want to take money from you as a guy. When he first of all throws out, baby, can you buy me Brazilian wig? If you say, what do you mean by buy Brazilian? When you shake body, like you don't want to comply, then he will pull back a little bit backwards and then come with a different tactics. You see, it has passed even its first reading, meaning the bill was not thrown out, it was placed on pending. And you and I know when something is placed on pending, meaning it will resurface again. So that
Sorry.
it has been placed pending. It was not thrown out. It was not condemned. It was not shut down. It was placed pending, meaning that the reason why it's being placed pending, it means that some particular people among us are still shaking body against it, meaning they still have to take that particular bill a little bit like 2 or 3 years, so that every human being in Nigeria that is still shaking body to make it difficult for that Islamization to take place will be maybe by next year, next 2 years, or next coming election. Maybe by then they will have already breaking bones. You will not have the energy again to battle with them when they raise that bill up again. We all claim that Nigeria is a secular state, there's no possibility of Islamizing Nigeria. But we all know that it's already taking place already. How can a section of a country introduce Sharia law and then a particular section want to find their Biafra, the whole Nigerians stand up and say, why do you want to divide this country? The country has already been divided, though. The only people who refuse to accept count. And we all know their vote does not count, because if you look at every person who has ever held the position of Mahmoud, INEC chairman, none of them has ever come from the south. It's always the north. Highest, if they want to give it to the south, they will give it to a Yoruba man who is a Muslim who have spent not less than 20 to 30 years of his life in the north, meaning his mindset is clearly totally Muslim, just like the people who wants to Islamize Nigeria. So those people who are refusing for Biafra to go are the people who still think that Nigeria is one, whereby Nigeria has automatically been divided. The North has taken they need the South, where the resources are mainly located. First, we all were here last Buhari tunnel. They claimed that they found oil. I don't know which part of the north, whether it's Jigawa. They claim that they found oil in Jigawa or wherever. Well, I've forgotten the state in the north. Till today, do you all remember how much Buhari brought out for that oil? More than 7 billion naira was used to make sure that they find that oil in the north. At the end of the day, they claim that they found oil. Till today, nobody is speaking about it again. That chapter has been closed, and the money that was brought out by Buhari, that money is gone. You see, the intention is not to divide the country and let them have their own. The intention is to make sure that they also have access to all the resources. Have you ever noticed their birthright that God placed in the south and that they must take it? For those who have not heard it, then I will ask you to go and make your research. Then you will know the reason why most of the oil wells belongs to the people in the north. Nigeria automatically has been divided. It is only some few elements who are yet to come in agreement that Nigeria has been divided. And also, this element are being influenced by people who are, should I say, being under the payroll of politicians. Most of the obedient who are under the payroll of kind of parties, those influence those who does not know what is going on, influence them to make them believe that Nigeria is actually one. South Africa. You can imagine a terrorist calling someone a terrorist just to how do I just to gaslight those people to make them feel like they are the one who is looking for trouble. So I don't mind if you call me a terrorist by fighting for Biafra. I am a terrorist, yes, as long as you are not going to take my land and my property and what belongs to me. I am a terrorist. If you come, I will do you something. And even if you don't come, don't worry. As you are preparing, myself, I'm preparing. Before you come, I'm even coming. I'm on the way ready. We shall meet that particular junction. Uh, so I'm not shaking. I'm not shaking. No, I don't shake for nobody. Any other way? There's no way. Nigeria is not a country, so you cannot negotiate your way. You cannot negotiate your way. You cannot have a conversation with Nigeria. If Nigeria is a country, I don't think military is going to shoot people. Not first, even before the Lekki Gate, many people have been slaughtered, shot dead. Anytime there is a protest, someone is always dying. The police are always shooting people. The military are always shooting people. Someone is, or even this one that they said end bad government. I still know, like, I think 20 to 30 people who are still in prison now that are yet to be released because of that protest. Without fearing for your life. Then what of me that want to do, make sure that I divide the country? What do you now think they will do to me? So sorry, I'm not going to do protest. We did protests. Protests went on 2015, 2015, 2014. I know how many people they. It's paining me that they did that protest and died for nothing. Imagine the amount of people who was killed. If like those amount of people were carrying their were the army. So I believe I've added my 2 cents. Thank you.
I want to chip in something quickly. Sorry, Sama. Like yeah. Then that recalls when our leader said that when we are fighting, there are millions of demons fighting against us, fighting against Biafra. Then you see that is where people help their life to grow. Something they engage their lives in something that will, okay, it's only money, 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 money. Instead of something that will help them liberate themselves from the shackles. That is where the statement that selling your soul to the devil comes from. Because some people think that selling your soul to the devil is when you go to devil, you give your heart, they give you money. There is no place they give you money because of you. They carry your heart. No, it is those things You see, you don't say them those evil things. You're not committed in things that will help humanity. You are only engaged. Engagement is something that will fetch you money, you know, make people lost their thinking, the right things to fight, the right fight, and there are people are fighting for money. This is something, you know, these people targeted to get people engaged with useless things. And those are the people that are fighting us. If you mention Biafra freedom fighting, to leave one Nigeria, they will tell you, no, no, no. I'm busy with what I'm doing. I'm this, I'm that. I don't care because they are eating up from, they are making it from somewhere, something that is useless. You know, forgot who we are, you know, returning our position, our customs, and everything, while people are watching who we are, everything about us is disappearing, and nobody cares. Well, it's funny, but we will continue fighting. We are not going anywhere. Thank you, my brothers.
Um, yeah, and for me, you know, that statement Zeke made, even though a lot of the people who were trapped in Nigeria used it against, they've always propagandized it against. I think that was a visionary statement. And again, I think the reason why we're in this position is because of the history. Of the five largest ethnic groups in Africa, to be honest, there's a lot on our shoulders. The the hope of the black world is on Biafra in Africa, or tropical Africa. You have the Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. I can't remember the other two, but I can find out. Don't worry, I can find out. Of all of them, the only one that their culture didn't get, or their culture didn't, where the individuals lost their sovereignty are the Igbos. The fact that we had that culture where we didn't have kings, you know, and uh, um, it, 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 and why people see us as proud, because I think when you have a culture where you have kings who are sovereign, that sovereignty above you, the individual, robs you of your sovereignty and your agency and your identity. And that's why Ndi Igbo are very, very proud of their identity. Even though some people see it as arrogant, but it can't be described as arrogant because Ndi Igbo are also humble. Now, I'm not saying that you don't find arrogant Igbo people. Of course, there's crazy people in every ethnic group around the world. There's always a small percentage of sociopaths and psychopaths, of course, and narcissists, which is, yeah, they're all the same thing. There's always a small percentage. And guys, that small percentage in every society of sociopaths and psychopaths since the dawn of history, they've been fighting to hijack power above everybody else. And in some societies, as they succeeded. Any society where you see, a certain kind of socioeconomic political system, feudalism, point, the craziest members of that society hijacked it and traumatized everybody else. And this didn't happen to us. It only started happening to us thanks to external factors. Well, not just Britain, but Portugal's influence helping destabilize the region further during the slave trade, then ultimately Britain, and also, but this one wasn't the whole of Igbo land, but parts of Igbo land. The expansion cannot trigger anybody. Next thing they request Mike and come and try and sideways the room. We all know the expansionists that always claiming that Anyama is their own. This that the respect of anyone that not only engages in that war but observes that war. For a non everywhere we've gone, for even our brothers they kidnapped him, the Maroons. You need to go and read what the lesson those ones taught British Army. For a non-martial people that don't go around conquering people, when people come to conquer us, we've always valued our sense of being freeborn, subject to no man. No other man has sovereignty over me. And I only began to understand this when I understood that apparently pastoralists, nomadic pastoralists are the same way. They are fiercely independent. It's like they still have some sort of strong man, even though like in the Tuareg, the women are very independent. They're pastoralist, nomadic pastoralist group, but apparently the women are quite independent. But I won't say, oh, just because they also have a sense of independence and being freeborn. Because remember, these are also people who didn't grow up under kings and kingdoms, because they're pastoralists, they move around. If anything, they've always mostly done apart from that sense of freeborn, they have this world view that nobody owns land because they don't own land. Access, so but yeah, they've always had this sense of independence as well. But they've in some of their societies they always have like a strong man, like but not all. Like I was describing with the Tuareg, where they have where their women actually have some independence. But yeah, I think, when you have a sense of being a freeborn, you're you I think when you understand it, you really value it. And when people come to take it away, you fight to the death for it. That's why, well, we've all heard of stories like the Igbo landing, where some of them just refused. As soon as they understood what they were in for, they drowned themselves. Now, I'm not saying every Igbo person that got taken into slavery killed themselves, but even those that didn't, man, like I said, go and read what those guys did to the British Army, man. Fuck it all. Those guys, basically, the Maroon War was very, very similar to the Kumeku War. They were this were just alien to them. Maroons use them do mincemeat, man. Man. Guys, yeah. Yeah. Nigeria is a failed state. There's no hope for it. It's like being in a building where the roof is about to collapse. That's society talking about.
It's like okay, wow.
It,
That's what you are giving to people. Eat okay, wow.
it's a, that roof collapsing. That's the final stage of state failure, societal collapse, when everything crumbles. And I've been telling Nigerians in their spaces when I go, guys, look, we the Biafrans, just like everybody else, we all know the foundation, the building is cracking. Is that when you start looking for the door, the window to jump out? You know, like, man, the way Nigerians reason needs to be studied. But then again, the answer is all in the history. Black people generally, well, like I even said that song, I said black all see on this everybody on this planet needs therapy, counseling. Oyibo people for epigenetic psychopathy, most of them, maybe of Oyibo people, they need counseling for epigenetic trauma. Unlike the 80% that need counseling for epigenetic psychopathy. And when you look at what Oyibo did to us over a period of 500 years, you understand And I always say this just to get black people to get a clear picture of what happened to us. What Igbo people did to us in over 500 years, and it's still going on, though, which is what we're slave trade. Conservative estimates, which is the one, that one is they are lying. They'll tell you 12. Recently, they downgraded the number now to 12 million. Before, it used to be 25 million. Otherwise, 50 million upwards. Remember, this was over 350 years. 350 years, just raiding, slave raiding. So let's even go with their 12 million, because still, it's not like that makes it look good. Because before you get war, raiding. What did you raiding? Did it look like a picnic? Kumbaya? The greatest, not see, number one, the greatest ever people. That's one. And as a result of that war, it led to the greatest genocide ever in human history. Even though Oyibo people will not admit it, Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bomb to Jewish Holocaust to all sorts. He didn't mention slave trade. I read this thing and I was like, what? And over the years, as I kept, just looking down that thread, like trying to find out cost, which is a crime against humanity. That and making the argument that slavery was happening everywhere in the world at that time, like as if, oh, we're as guilty of the crime. But then again, when you look at the numbers, and when I say greatest ever war, one what? How the West won? One what? And if you've debated with some white people, especially about capitalism and colonization, some of them, so in clubhouse, they used to, oh, the West won, we won. They used to, we won. And I used to ask them, won what? What did you win? When I tell you guys this thing is a war, oh God, how the West won? Why? These are books they've written. Why the West? How the West cousins, they are Eurasian cousins, the Arabs. Their own was 1,000 years, and their own is still this terrorism in the Sahel. What do you think it is? Do you think? Oh, they started a new one. War, with slavery included, leading to the genocide of the Saharan slave trade. Estimated number, low conservative estimate is now, yeah, I think that's the one that was downgraded to 11. To get those slaves. And remember that even apart from the ones they killed during the raids, a lot died during the transportation. 1 in 3 died crossing Atlantic. 2 black people. We 1,000 years, 1,000 years of this bullshit. It needs to end. Because I don't think we can even survive it much longer. At some stage, we have to reach breaking points, like everything in nature. People, and nothing will happen. The world and history will just carry on. In fact, they will just write us in history as oh, just like how they write about Neanderthals today. That oh yeah, 50,000 years ago there was another hominin called Neanderthals, but many 100 years ago there was another type of Homo sapien. This time is not another type of hominin. It's now another type of Homo sapien, the black man, but he went extinct. But because at some point many of them migrated to our land, they will even mention the slavery. We intermixed with them. So 2 to 4% of their genes our own history, our own media, produce our own weapons to defend ourselves, produce our own vaccines to guard against the easiest way to commit a genocide, the easiest and the cheapest and most convenient and non-destructive way to commit a genocide in human history. Races have been pushed to, not be today. This is even the one where in recent history and the one we're living through. It has happened many times in history. Where the well,
The Native Americans.
well, I even mentioned those ones. the Aboriginal Americans, the ones that were even there before the Native Americans, where are they?
Starman, don't say no. I don't know what happened to that race. They just wiped them out because there were just few of them in that island, and they were killed. They were different from us. They had different features. Their skull, their height, the way they process information. They were very
I think in the Spanish or Portuguese. Yeah, it was the Spanish king that funded his expedition. He wrote to the Spanish king that he'd come across these islands and that these islands were rich with all sorts of exotic plants and and then some of the 50 armed men, but I don't know about them being. They used to do this thing to their skull to make it flatter. They did a bit of that in Egypt as well for some reason, and parts of the Middle East, of Mesopotamia. This, but it wasn't even like extensively practiced. It was just something they did to the royalty, and people like Graham. Oh, what's this guy? Graham Hancock. They've often history to sell books because they know humans love mystery and anything that's alternative and not mainstream, that sort of thing. Then I know that there's an island where but they were very tiny. They were even tinier than the Ndimbo, that's the pygmies in Central Africa. But that's because of something called island dwarfism. You know, uh, it needs, especially as that particular location is not abundant with calories. It's something called island dwarfism. So this particular group of hominin, they believe that happened was like exploded because Krakatoa is a crazy volcano, and that eruption wiped out that entire group of hominins. That's how they went extinct. It was also Neanderthal. The reason why humans have survived major volcanic or explosions like that, because there's some volcanic explosions that's like releasing several coast and winter, except that the volcanoes don't come with the nuclear radiation, so they are not quite as bad as the culture, at least for many years. You know, the reason why humans have not been pushed into extinction by, or were not pushed into extinction volcanoes, and so that was just on one continent. At that stage, humans had spread into like 3 continents, so they were multi-continental. Yeah, so yeah, that was just side. Meaning year by year, or century by century, or millennia by millennia, up to the present. If you do it that way, everything will become clear. You, hey, man. And NATO today. This is beef going back 1,000 years, when the Germans were raiding the Slavic people as slaves because they called them pagans, and then eventually, and that's why that Central Europe, and as long as the Western Europeans didn't conquer them and force them to adopt that Catholic version of Christianity, they were not going to adopt that same thing version of Christianity as opposed to the Roman or Italy's version, all the way to Russia. So yeah, history is important, man. I remember the day. Oh, yeah. So yeah, before we're asking our questions, I think I made a submission. Yeah, I made it. Yeah, I made a submission. So in my submission, I was like, and that if I had the superpower to stop time, as in just snap my finger and time in Nigeria will stop. Everybody will freeze in time. Everybody everybody literally gets stuck in time. Whatever they were doing, they just freeze. If the car was moving, you freeze. Plane in the sky, freeze. Everything. Just freeze time. Like a superhero in Nigeria, yeah? This unload just one one. The real history. 1,000 years. The real one, not the fake doctored one and all that nonsense. Or the one for agenda. Hmm? After downloading that history into all the with his history. You see, anybody that is giving me history, I can't just take it. Who history help? Oh boy, this space screamed. Everybody was like, wait, hold on. This woman wants to be a leader, and she's telling us who history help. Are brain damaged because they have this obsession with just moving on, just moving on. I don't know what's going on. You and the code artisan. I keep trying to bring you guys up, but any of them didn't come back now. Even
They all ran
even
away.
that Fulani one, you know that one that came up with that app that we reported.
Yeah. That guy, yes, we finished him too now. Intellectually, marshalling out our
We
argument.
destroyed
That Elon Musk will buy Clubhouse because they messed up that Clubhouse app. That app is wonderful.
Aye.
You know,
That's why
that app is. If he buys Clubhouse, then he will superimpose it on Twitter. So if you want to go and do discussion, you go. This space is not. Version
yourself, you have failed. You're as empty as
Aisha is hollow. That woman is very hollow. She was even saying things